Optimal would be this. And we are back here at the HCPP TV at the 7th Annual Hackers Congress here at Parallelpolis, and Digital Totality, a beautiful theme. And here at the TV, we have been rocking it for 54 hours, and we will continue for a couple more to finish up strong here on Sunday evening. And I think actually this is a great starter for this next session. We have Phil Gibson, Mr. Psu, hosting again. How are you? Oh, I cannot hear you. Are you muted, or is the mic again?
Hello?
There you are. Yes.
Hello? All right. Is it still the same quality? Is that still
It is
fine?
great. Yep.
Cool. No, I'm doing great. Woke up, had my coffee, ready to rock and roll. Let's do this.
Oh, yes, actually. I actually have a bulletproof coffee somewhere here, which I very much thoroughly have to drink. I mean, this is one of the things about Parallelpolis that's so awesome. The bulletproof coffee, that's really a nice hack. But as much as the bulletproof coffee is part of Parallelpolis, even more so, I think Paul Rosenberg is, because he was probably one of the most influential figures on the individuals starting here Parallelpolis, very much involved from early on, as well as, of course, at the Hackers Congress, very number one, you were there and all following. Paul, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. It's, I woke up, I've got coffee, and life is good.
So we're all prepared with a bunch of caffeine to kick the adrenaline in for a good conversation. That sounds just about right.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. I mean, Paul, to start out with, again, you were on the 6 previous Hackers Congresses, all of them, right? And very much involved with the crew here. Why could you not come here today?
Politics, the travel restrictions, and we tried so many ways to get around it. Trying to get special permission for this and special permission for that, and there was really no way to get there short of risking jail. So I decided it would be better to stay home.
Yeah, but one of the interesting things is that you actually, so if you're an American citizen, if you want to come to Czechia, you need from the Czech authorities a stamp saying that you are valuable to the government, right? And only based on that invitation you can come in. But Paul, I'm asking myself, you're so valuable for the Czech nation, isn't it? I mean, the entire reason why people come to HCPP basically is to hear your talk. So all the tourism is now going to break. That this is just a crisis. I think that the people in Czechia have a right to hear Paul Rosenberg talk at HCPP.
Well, you're very kind. I talked to the friendly and responsive guy down at the Czech consulate near me, and he said, "Okay, yeah, send me your stuff." And I said, "What do you have to be there?" I said, "Well, it's a computer conference. It's called Digital Totality, and we have it every year, and people come to Prague. And okay, well, great, that's fine." And then I got one back from the guy, and he says, we looked this up, the Digital Totality Conference at Parallelpolis, and this is not in the interest of the Czech government.
Oh, really? That's a shame.
Yeah.
Sure it is. You just don't know it yet.
It is. It really is. Well, maybe not for some of them, but it is. It's good for the Czech people. This is Parallelpolis, the Hackers Congress every year, is really the finest event that I know of anywhere on the planet. I mean, it's just so special. I don't know how to praise it well enough. It's just a really special place and a special conference, and it really is important for the future of the people of the Czech Republic, people of the world.
Yeah, well, I would actually very much agree with that. So anyhow, good that we find solutions to difficult problems, and the bureaucrats are in the way. We shift around and go to cyberspace, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, which is kind of our model.
It's kind of like business as usual, right? There's not really much difference.
No. Good. I'm just sorry I'm not there to see everybody.
Yeah.
These are old friends and good friends and new friends, and it's really special to be there, and I miss it a lot.
Yeah,
definitely. Well, thank goodness for COVID. I guess we all became Zoom and Jitsi aficionados. So I guess we all took advantage of the so-called crisis in a way that brought us all here together.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, right. We
So-
use tools and technologies to solve our own problems.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was just curious of how your presentation went, and if you just want to kind of give a high level of what you were covering.
It hasn't gone yet. I won't be on for another 3 hours.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I'll have to swing by for that one.
This
But
is
I mean,
this is the ultimate tease now. We can get a sneak. Oh.
Stay
um,
tuned, boys and girls. I'm coming back.
love it. Hey, Max, where can people still get tickets if they're still available?
Yes, they are still available at hcpp.cz. And you can still get, I think there's even special tickets just for 2 and 1 day, which should be up live. And I think the discount codes, Digital Totality, is still working, as well as, Mr. Psu and all the great podcaster discount codes that we have. So yes, tickets are still up there for, and again, that includes recordings. So although this was a live broadcast, all the recordings are included.
Oh, good.
Perfect. Well, yeah, we
Very
were talking about, I mean, just taking advantage of technology, and I was curious. I mean, you were definitely one of the first ones writing about this and discovering the possibilities. And I mean, we're using cryptography and encryption right now, and it's very abundant these days. And I was just kind of curious, how has cryptography and encryption been properly adopted and improperly adopted to some extent? Because it is abundant, but it might not be abundant and optimized for the sake of the individual.
Right. Good question. And it's a complicated answer. Let me just hit on some of the points that I see. Our text encryption is excellent. The PGP, GPG, that sort of thing is just, it's excellent. And, public key exchange, it just works beautifully. And anyone who actually uses it has wonderful encryption. The problem has been twofold. First of all, that people think they have good encryption when they don't, because they're using a website that says HTTPS. Ooh, I know what that means. That means it's got SSL encryption or, whatever. That stuff has been blown through by the NSA long ago. We knew about it. We knew ways around it in 2003, 2005. There's particular man-in-the-middle attacks that can work. Now, how many people did them and do them, I don't know. But in the Snowden slides from 2013, the NSA and HGCQ, whatever, the British version. It's an alphabet soup sometimes. But they had already blown through all sorts, 30 VPNs working towards 300. And the reason is that they had corrupted or got favors from the certificate agencies. So if you're running any kind of HTTPS or similar sorts of encryption, relying on a certificate agency, it's probably compromised. What they do, and I've known people who've had the meeting, they come in and they've got, one guy who plays good cop and the other guy's a big muscle guy standing there just staring at you, playing bad cop and just staring the whole time. And, oh, we know you're a good citizen and you want to help us and blah, blah, blah. And they get them to, and they'll offer them favors sometimes. I don't know all the details, obviously, but they get them to blow through it. So a lot of times when people think they have great encryption, they don't. The other thing that is really important and that people don't understand is that encryption alone, as much as I love it, isn't enough. You need anonymity, because if they know who you talk to when, how often, who they talk to after they talk to you, and so on, even though they can't read the session, they still know what you're doing and how you're doing it. You get enough metadata, you get enough who talks to whom, when, and how, and they've got what they need. So you need anonymity. That is crucial, and that's really something that and in general, people have fallen behind on, because the surveillance is so thick these days. If they've got your entire social graph and how often you talk to everybody, they pretty much have everything that there is to know about you. I mean, not quite, but enough. So
Yeah.
those are the things that really matter now. And I just keep pounding my drum.
One of the things I'm curious about is that conflict where you might even be able to achieve great anonymity in cyberspace, but because meat space is under state tyranny and surveilled to such a huge degree, you're not going to have any anonymity neither, right? When meat space privacy is completely broken, that does affect your cyberspace privacy too.
Yeah, it's an interesting set of conditions. Sometimes, if you really want privacy, the best thing is to go back to old 1950s techniques, where you're using the mail and handoffs. And I devoted 2 issues of my newsletter to tradecraft, old-fashioned tradecraft. How do you make a dead drop? How do you signal for it? How do you do all of those things? Because that's now usually the best way to do things. I've had friends who were older guys who were computer illiterate. I mean, they can use email and a browser, and that was about it. And I had to go old school with them. Okay, you're going to mail me a letter, and you're going to do this. They scan the front and back of the letter, but they don't open them. So, I mean, not usually anyway. And I had to go old school with some guys because they weren't, these are, it's funny because these are smart, capable men, but the computer freaks them out. They're afraid if they touch it, it'll break. And they're afraid to, they're afraid to touch anything. I don't know. I don't want to play with that. And so I had to go old school, but the old school stuff often works really well. So it's a crazy trade-off. Do you use your debit card to make purchases because you don't have to keep receipts for business expenses, which is convenient, or do you say, no, I'm going to always use cash? It's a principle, and I'm depriving them of data. It's a tough trade-off. So it's complicated.
Yeah, I've had multiple experiences using cash recently, and I pretty much broke the machine because I couldn't get my receipt because they didn't have enough coins to give me for my change. Like, I got my fiat dollars, walked away with that, and I told the guy, like, yeah, don't worry about the coins, but like, we're witnessing the system like cracking and breaking like right before our eyes, and it's crazy. And I'm just kind of curious, what are these the conversations we should be having more in public, and what are your thoughts on 2020 so far, and where do you see that kind of going?
Oh boy, 2020! Wow, what a year! One of my thoughts is that the system as it is in trouble. In 2008, we had a credit breakdown, and they fixed it with more debt. They got 10 years out of it. I was surprised. I wouldn't have guessed. They got 10 years out of it before it started to break again. I don't think they're going to get that much out of it this time. And they've hollowed out the general economy for working people, for construction guys, and got people with regular jobs who stock the shelves at the grocery, things we really need rather than paper pushers. And they've in the United States, they've destroyed these guys, and people have complied and gone along because there's a lot of inertia. Grandma and grandpa thought democracy was the greatest thing in the world. Yeah. And things have been getting better. My grandfather had a crappy old car, and I'm driving around in a Lexus. So, life is better, and our medicine is better. And Maybe we should just keep going along because anything else is unimaginable. Well, 2020, all of a sudden, a lot of bad things are imaginable again. Things shut down, people out of work, crazy checks from the government, insane financial policies. I talk to a lot of older guys who are in the stock market with their 401ks and everything, and their investment accounts, and they say there is no market anymore. There are no stock markets. It's an exchange, and whatever the Treasury buys goes up, and what the Treasury doesn't buy doesn't go up, and nothing makes sense anymore, but they're afraid to get out. They don't know what else to do. And I'm going, Bitcoin, hello, greatest asset, blah, blah, blah. You can imagine what I say. And some of them are coming along. Some of the old guys are coming along. So the system as it is, they were, from a structural standpoint, they were stupid to shut down the schools. Because they forced millions of families into educating their own children. And the system as it is, one of their greatest strengths was they had people who were trained, conditioned to believe that the system is the greatest possible thing from the age of, 4 or 5 till 18 or 22. Yeah. And all of a sudden they pulled the carpet on that. And we're waiting to see how everything unrolls. But it was from a structural standpoint, it was a foolish move on their part. So the system has lots and lots and lots of problems. They're going after things like, what's the Schwab in Germany going with the new fourth industrial revolution and that kind of stuff. There's no real plan there. They're just desperate and grabbing at something. So the system is in a lot of trouble. We just have to just continue to build ours, whether the system's in trouble or not, and build our realm and let people see it. Let people see that there is a benevolent and humane option. That's how we win in the end.
Yeah, and I noticed on your blog you wrote a piece about living dangerously, and I was wondering if that kind of pertains to this year, and if that's what it takes for us to, I guess, not get more hurt than we already are.
It's always a good idea. That quote comes from, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe from, a few centuries ago. But Goethe was a really brilliant guy, and he was right, because the status quo in whatever situation you're in tends to harden, and it tends to make living on your own, by your own mind and your own judgment, kind of a dangerous thing to do, even if it's only to the level of people will talk about you behind your back and say bad things about you because you don't conform, and then it goes upward from there. Living by your own mind has always been a dangerous thing to do. It comes with costs, but it's the only way you're ever really going to live that you're really going to be happy with yourself. Especially, when you get older. What is the joy of being 80 years old and saying, oh yeah, well, I followed all the other sheep? What kind of, what's that? And then you go after, stupid, silly things to try to find some reason to feel good about yourself. And it's crazy. But if you live dangerously, you're living the right way, because that's the only way to really be yourself, which is what we're designed to be by structure. We're designed to think for ourselves. If I stub my toe, you don't even know about it, but I do. And we have to live by ourselves, our own way. Of course, we cooperate with hundreds, thousands of people, but ultimately we have to live our way. And if we want to go forward, we have to live dangerously. We don't want to take risks and end up in a jail cell if we can avoid it. We don't want to do anything malicious, but we have to be willing to say, no, I'm going to do what's right, and I don't care. At some point.
And that's the thing, that the individual is always in a position of danger, right? He's always suffering. There's always an uneasiness, and the heroic entrepreneur fixes the problem and takes care of it, right? So understanding that there's a huge problem and a huge risk, but still, nevertheless, being active, and changing and working.
That's the essence of being alive.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, you have to, what is the point of being here? What is the point of just, surviving? You can do that sitting in a hospital bed in a coma. What's the point? Do we matter? Forget about the world. Do we matter? Risks and everything else. Well, yeah, that sucks. But I value myself. I value this life that I have too much to just shut it down because, somebody might say something bad about me or I could get in trouble. It's just, it's a devaluation of self. And we're not supposed to do that. We're not designed that way.
So is that why you say idealism kind of leads to death, because we're all forced into this dogma?
Right. When you get to this kind of idealism, where you're taking this one great idea that it is the thing, it's idolatry. I like the idolatry. To me, is a much bigger thing than religious stuff, praying to a statue made out of wood or stone. Whatever you place above reality, whatever you place above honest observation and analysis, you've made it your God. And once you do that, once you get in, especially if you get into a clique of people who all have this same idol that they're going for, malice looks like duty, looks like honor, looks like we're devoting to the cause. I mean, we have people in the United States right now walking around saying all white people are racists and need to be put down. I mean, and this isn't just the crazies you see on TV. These are in offices and so on. Once you're in that mindset, that looks like you're righteous. Looks like you're got one for the cause. And Jesus was ever so right when he made this point, and he said, the time will come when those who kill you will think they're doing God a service. And that's that same point. Some of these people who are on the street now, they're actually attacking people, at least assaulting them, in some cases physically attacking them, for their skin, or because they're sitting at a decent restaurant, or things like this. It's just barbarity. I don't know how to describe it, but within that ideology, within this little set of ideas that they've developed, it looks like they're being the righteous ones. They're bringing justice and so on and so forth. And it's a horrible thing. But that is ideology. And once you get into your ideology, whatever it is, there was a problem that we were aware of way back in the early days of the internet. And it's a known psychological problem. I don't remember the proper name of it. I think it's changed over time. But if you take a group of people that all have the same opinion and put them in one room together, that opinion will inevitably move to the extreme. Doesn't matter what it is, politics, or we knit with long needles versus short needles. Whatever it is, the opinion in that room will move inevitably to the extreme. And the reason is because once you have a group of people who agree on something, to take it a little further, you're loyal to the cause. If you take it the other way, you're kind of a traitor. And so the people with the biggest personalities will tend to take it a little further, because that everyone will agree with that, and they'll look righteous. Well, we were worried about this in the early internet, that people would isolate, and that if you liked in the United States the blue party, you would surround yourself with blue news 24/7. If you liked the red party, you'd surround yourself with red news 24/7. And you would get, polarized and ideological and dangerous eventually. It didn't really happen right away with the internet. I was pleased about that. And then came social media. And social media does this on purpose. They hire psychiatrists to figure out better ways to do it. You get the thumbs up, you get the thumbs down, you get a little bit of a tag in there. So you get just a little bit of a dopamine boost. And they know they're addicting people. they're aware of it. And now it's really a problem. And this year, combined with the lockdown, I mean, put, hundreds of millions of people under house arrest for months. That's crazy. Almost never before, when they had a disease, a communicable disease that came in, you quarantined the sick, not the well. And they just, we had a bunch in the United States, you had a bunch of governors who all of a sudden had power to do things, and they went crazy with it. And part of the reason that things have gotten so crazy is that people were under house arrest for months. And that'll make a lot of people a little nuts. So 2020, wow. What a year.
Yeah, it's kind of like having power for the sake of power, and especially with technology, it just becomes so easy to manipulate data. I mean, I read David Auerbach's Bitwise, and he was talking about what you were mentioning about manipulating like social media data and personality tests. And with technology available, could we fall victim to our own ideology, which we think is right, to kind of overthrow authoritarianism? Like, is that something that we need to watch out, and not just the status quo dogma ideology?
Absolutely. We could make the same mistakes that everyone else does if we are not self-aware, and if we start putting I'm a whatever it is, ANCAP or whatever it is, I'm a this. And if we take that too far, yeah, we could do the same mistake. We have to, pay attention to what is real and to what is really happening in the world, and we have to pay attention to concretes rather than serving abstracts. In other words, we have a particular set of ideas that most of us really hold to. That is things like, the golden rule is something we should apply to everybody in all circumstances. Whatever it is, things like that, which are good ideas. But if we begin to say, I am a crypto anarchist, and this is our model, and this is what crypto anarchists do, then we're going to the same trap.
Yeah, we just centralize a decentralized movement.
Yes, exactly right. And even if it's only decentralizing around or centralizing around a very specific set of ideas, Rothbard said, and so said, and this is the law, and we have the non-aggression principle, and it is what it is, and then you're putting abstracts above concretes. And all of our words are wonderful tools, but none of them are really perfect. There's always a little wiggle room in words. Words are not as precise as math. So there's always wiggle room and stuff. So if you start enthroning words, this is the model, and so said, and this is what it is, then we're just going right down the same path as that we're trying to get away from.
Yeah, what also kind of concerns me is the intentions, as I alluded to earlier, the intentions of people behind the code. And even though it's just math, it's whatever they program that math to do.
Oh, you're previewing part of my presentation today. It's
perfect. Solve for the T's.
I'm not trying to, but it's the assumptions behind the code that really matter. Why do you build a code this way? Why do you have this there? Why do you have all of those things? The most powerful thoughts we have, and this sounds kind of ironic, and I'll explain it, are those we don't think about. And what I mean is, all of us have assumptions. We presume that the world works this way. We don't really even think about it. We presume that life sucks and then we die. We presume that, things should work this way. People should behave this way. What's wrong with you that you don't know that? Those sorts of things. We have a whole set of ideas that we expect or assume that we hold those ideas at kind of a little deeper place than our stream of thought. And those ideas are more important. Those are the ideas in which our decisions are forged, and we're really not paying attention to it most of the time. So our assumptions are really, really powerful. Our assumptions about life and the world are really important. And you know, if you have a set of those, and if you don't think about them, if you don't manage them, if you don't say, wait a minute, why am I feeling this way? Wait a minute, why am I feeling like I should do this rather than, I mean, you don't have to do that 24/7 because you know, it's hard.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to think about, why am I doing this? Why do I feel this way? And that's how you manage these assumptions in you. And that's how you bring yourself up a notch or two, and you keep yourself from falling into these ruts.
Yeah. It also sounds like that behavior of just individual subjective value that is driving markets and society as well.
I'm not sure I understand. How do you mean?
I mean, you just kind of made me think about, it's like what you don't decide to do, or like when you go to the grocery store even, and you end up walking out with more than you intended. And it's kind of like, you know, what you weren't thinking about when you were writing that list, or just kind of, you know, by the whim of everything, and not just going to the grocery store, but, you know, those decisions are made every day in life.
It's absolutely true. There's a lot more going on inside of us than just this, what's on the surface. And that's basically a good thing. Listen, humans are incompletely developed beings. That doesn't mean we're bad. We're not. We're generally pretty freaking good. We're actually amazing. But you know, we're not completely developed, and we got stuff going on inside of us, and we have to upgrade as we go. And we can, and we do. We're much better now than we were thousands of years ago. Considerably. I mean, starkly better than humans now are much better than we were, and much better than we think we are, because all we hear, if you turn on television or your computer or whatever, all you hear is all the ways that humans suck, because fear sells. And if you want to manipulate people, get them afraid. I mean, look at we got political campaigns going on all the time. What do they say? That guy is evil, and your grandma's going to be eating cat food if he gets into office. And that's the only thing they have. That's what works, because they can't convince people very well. Because, well, if you start looking at them rationally, you go, wait a minute, that guy promised 54 things 4 years ago and did one of them poorly. Why should I believe him? Okay, they can't go that way. They've got to go with, that guy is scary as hell. That's what they do. So, you know, there are things going on inside of us that we need to upgrade and fix, but we're better than we appear that we are. We really are.
Yeah.
I mean, we really, really are. I mean, there's a few exceptions. Yeah, there's a few really, really rotten people wandering around, but 98% of people are basically okay. They're confused, they're misled, but they're basically okay most of the time. And so, you know, we need to stop thinking that we suck, because humanity doesn't.
I just had that very experience the other day. It was either Saturday or Friday, whatever, but I got a call interrupting my workout on the treadmill, and there was a voicemail, and I was like, God, what is this? And then, of course, it was some political campaign in, you know, my county or whatever, and saying, vote for this person. They promised to increase teacher pay and lower taxes. And I'm like, I'm sorry, just repeat exactly what you said, because you can't do one without the other. Where is this money coming from? And, you know, like, I'm already indoctrinated in anarcho whatever, but it's like, how many other people out there are actually trying to put this stuff together? And it's just so just like manipulative, as you said, because what's the last thing they said? Lower taxes. That's the last thing that person's going to remember in this voicemail. It's just, The
Right.
sheer nerve that they have with these tactics.
It's astonishing, isn't it? Once you start, once you start to look and go, what kind of jerk are you? And the person on the phone, they really don't understand.
Yeah, they're just doing a
what
job.
they're
And
doing.
like you said, like 95% of people are fine. They're just going about their day. They're trying to survive, as we all are. But and that goes back to just the dogma that they have to live out unintentionally, and it's toxic.
It really is. And you get these, every now and then you get these little situations in life where the normal rules break down. A lot of times it's a disaster area. But for the guys a little bit older than me, it was Woodstock. And I desperately wanted to go to Woodstock, and my mom.
Everyone's got that uncle. It's like, yeah, he almost went. It's like, shut up, dude.
No, I got an excuse. I was 11. My mom wouldn't let me go.
Sneak out, man. It was wild times back then. You could get away with anything.
Hey, I really wanted to. I think I had 35 cents in my top drawer.
Well, what's it get you back then? Like 2 Cokes and a candy bar? That's awesome.
Oh yeah. Oh, I used to get a candy bar for a dime. I used to get a Zagnut bar for a nickel.
This is how deflation works, people. Buy Bitcoin now.
Buy freaking Bitcoin. Keep it. Put it away somewhere. Just hold it. Yeah. But, you get to those places where all of a sudden the normal rules have broken down. And there was some of this in the aftermath of 9/11, as horrible a thing as that was. People, when they are freed from the rules, most of them behave like saints. I mean, I got a story. I've written about it. It's too long to tell now. I had some professional involvement after 9/11. I went to New York to look at how they were rebuilding. There was a building there that's still there. It's called the Verizon building now. It was New York Telephone. And they kept it out of the news because more or less every phone circuit in and out of Wall Street went through that building. And the building was a disaster. It was broken up, but it was still functioning a little. It was still intact mostly. And just as it happened, my buddy from the same business from the old days was managing the recovery. So I went there, and it was a hell of an experience. But it turned out there were no rules that could be kept. Even the things, the electrical code and stuff like that, it couldn't be done because you couldn't get the materials, and you had to make this thing work in some way where Wall Street got telephones and nobody got killed at the same time. And when you had people working in that environment, they became better human beings. It was really a hell of a thing. I wrote about it at length. It's up on my website somewhere. I don't remember the proper link now. But it was a hell of a thing. And New York construction workers, who shall we say, not many of them have a deep and abiding interest in ethics, behaved like professors of ethics on that job. And there was no threat of recrimination. There was no threat of getting in trouble for anything, but they behaved half like saints, and it was shocking. But when people get out of the rules, they often behave really, really well.
Yeah, I've heard similar stories of, I was like 7 when 9/11 happened, but just in the recent books I've been listening to, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, he tells this story when he goes back, and just how everyone looks and smiles at each other with their eyes, and they do kind of coalesce, because like when it takes a doomsday situation, it kind of brings you back to like ground zero. I mean, no bad pun intended, but right. it just neutralizes everything, and it gives everyone like this nice, like, start from square one mentality. And you talk about how important it is to just have choice and we are just completely stripped of that. And it really sucks if that's what it takes for us to have choice again, like when an empire falls.
I know. But it's sadly right now I mean, we're in a particularly really bad moment for those things right now, but that's kind of the way it is. It takes something exceptional, and it's interesting when you look through history. Let's take the fall of Rome. You know, Rome was considered eternal. I mean, this wasn't just slogans. Everybody thought Rome was forever. It took 100 years for people to realize that it was gone in Europe. They didn't really accept it'll be back. It's coming back. It's going to be, you know, and it was 100 years or more before they really realized how gone it really was. But it was that period where people were uncomfortable because all of a sudden, great Rome, around which they had organized their lives and their thoughts and their expectations, was gone. But that is precisely the period that, for the first time in human history, eliminated slavery on a civilizational scale. It was Europe. Nobody pays attention to this. But Rome left behind 20 million slaves. And of course, a system of slavery that had existed for 1,000 years. And the people of quote unquote dark ages, Europe, eliminated slavery. And it never has come back to Europe. And people talk about serfdom as if it was the same thing. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close, and it was not as it's portrayed on, you know, Monty Python and the Holy Grail or something.
We got the aqueduct.
Right. I mean, funny film, you know, but you know, that's not really what the Middle Ages were like, you know.
Yeah.
But these people, once the rules were removed, and you can even find, you know, official establishment historians that'll admit the same thing. They'll say slavery never could have been eliminated while Rome stood. It could only have been eliminated when Rome was gone. And the people of Europe, 400 to 800 AD, eliminated slavery. And boy, they deserve credit for it. They are the first civilization ever to do that. I mean, the Jews of the Second Commonwealth were doing it until Rome came and, you know, drove them across the planet. But the religious people of Europe of 400 to 800 or 900 AD, credit where due. They eliminated slavery, and it has never come back there. And it is now, it just exists in a few dark corners of the world.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Well,
So I guess
it's
Go ahead.
it's a big difference from what it was.
Yeah. So on a similar note, you talk about, and this is kind of like a rebuilding and having like freedom, but also rules, but then the rules just becoming corrupted. I want to talk about the bastardization of the Bill of Rights in a sense, and you know what's kind of become of the institutions that humanity has been so reliant on. I mean, like the example of the Articles of Confederation gave people freedom, and then, you know, arguably with Hamilton coming along and having a coup with the Constitution and everything, you know, as an empire falls, we have like freedom to rebuild. As we rebuild, how do we keep it free without those institutions and new rules getting bloated and corrupted? And I just think the articles in the Constitution are kind of a good example to kind of look at if you want to just explain how that worked out.
Yeah, it is a good model. It is a good example to look at. Anytime we create a hierarchy, and where one group of people is making the rules and everybody else has to obey those rules, or else we're creating a corruptible structure, and a structure that will over time become corrupted. The Articles of Confederation were one of the least of those. It was a set of states who each were the boss, and they created a central committee to manage things overall. And the thing is, it worked really well. People were doing really well under the articles. They were crazy building bridges and opening newspapers, and people got to keep their money. If you grew and had a decent crop, you didn't have to pay anything to anyone almost. There was just some slight little things, whatever. You kept your own money. And the people who complained about the Articles of Confederation were political types. Alexander Hamilton and others were just stirring up fear, and the Constitution was almost something of a coup. Thomas Jefferson wasn't there. Samuel Adams wasn't there. John Adams wasn't there. Hamilton ran the whole thing with corrupt promises, and you can get quotes from guys who were there at the time talking about it. I have them. The Constitution became a problem. The Federalists, which were this gang who had really set it up, were really a problem. Hamilton at their fore. Then after Jefferson was elected, it kind of calmed down a bit and stabilized a bit. And even until 1900, 1910, if you made money, you kept your money. You go into old cities in the United States and you see these grand old houses, 4 or 5 bedrooms, 2, 3 floors, sprawling houses built in the old area. They were built by carpenters and bakers and longshoremen. They were built by regular people with regular jobs. A lot of us of my age, we have stories, my grandfather came from wherever and had nothing, and pretty soon he was living in a nice home. Well, it's because they got to keep their money. You can't do that anymore. So these structures, anytime you create a structure that can become corrupted, over time it will become corrupted. The question is how fast. So ultimately, we want no such structures. We want the kind of Bitcoin model, the ad hoc model, where there is no central controller, or there is no boss, where we all contribute. And it's the model of a healthy family. It's the model of a little league. It's the model of a church picnic committee. All of those sorts of things. We do this all the time. We just don't believe, most people, that we can do it on any elevated level because, well, we can't. You have to have somebody who's doing this at the highest level. Otherwise, we'll all die or something. But it's not something that people really analyze or think about, nor do they feel that they can. They don't think I'm not capable of analyzing those things and making those decisions. So, we have a lot of education ahead of us to do.
Do you think people are just going to have to be forced to, just to simply live and eat? I mean, I think Bitcoin is the finest example of this. And Andreas Antonopoulos talks about this because he says whenever he goes to third world countries or whatever, they don't ask what Bitcoin is. They ask how to Bitcoin. And so
Right.
Is it just going to be out of desperation? It's kind of like what we're seeing in Venezuela and Argentina and whatnot.
Sadly, for a lot of people, it will be. As things break down further economically, which I sadly expect that they will, it's a very bittersweet sort of thing. On one hand, the system as it is a rapacious system. They take half of a working person's money. That's sick. The serfs of the Middle Ages, the slaves of the ancient world, or near slaves, sometimes paid less. They did. It's really sick. But then again, there's a lot of people that are going to be scared as hell and won't know what to do. Now, they're smart. They're clever. There'll be more clever people than you suspect. That when things break down, whenever that is, and it's half broken down already, people are clever and they'll come up with things. But there are some people that will not consider alternatives until they have no choice. I don't know what that percentage is. Historically, it's fairly significant. I hope it's less this time. But there will be some who will not consider any alternative to anything. It's mostly older people because they've held this image in their head for 30, 40, 50 years, and they don't feel so strong anymore and so vibrant anymore. They're a little slower and they're a little more tired, and they don't want to expend the energy to have to rebuild again. And I'm sympathetic. I understand. But
I'm retired.
yeah, and it's, listen, being human is tough, and being old is tough. And, but, humanity has to go forward, and, if people are going to get kicked along the way, and that sucks, but they're being kicked because of the system they tied themselves to, which was bad. And I don't want anyone to get kicked, but that's the story of human history. Somebody's going to.
Yeah. And real quick before we jump off here, I just want to kind of play the fun what's going to happen in the future game that Bitcoiners like to do as far as the not just hyper Bitcoinization, but what does this transition look like? Because it's scary and no one knows when it's going to happen. It's kind of like trying to predict the next financial crisis, which our so-called leaders aren't really admitting that it recently happened, or maybe it hasn't even happened yet. But is there like, how soon do you think you can expect like a CBDC thing going on? I know there's a lot of talks about that in institutions, or what does this transition look like if there is a transition?
Well, I think there will be. What I'm guessing is going to happen, in particular with the U.S. economy, which is the biggest economy right now, and the U.S. dollar, which is essentially the default currency of the world. Right now, the U.S. government is creating money like crazy. They, however much this year, so many trillions, depending on whose numbers you. Yeah, it's fun. All right, are we back?
Oh,
I believe
roughly
so.
what happened?
For some reason,
I
the
think we're
live stream just got cut off, but I just dropped the key again. It should be online right now.
Yeah,
It's the feds, man.
It's the feds.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
could be.
I'll pick back up where we were. So the U.S. government is making oceans of currency units right now, but foreigners mainly are soaking them up, because if you're in Europe, you want to get 0.5%, or do you want to get a negative 0.5%? Well, you take the 0.5%. And all over the world, this is going on. The U.S. dollar, at some point, people will decide that they don't need so many of them. China and Russia and others are already trading oil in their own currencies rather than the dollar. And these guys are not going to just comply forever. They do it because they think what's best for them, and that's changing. So at some point where everyone else stops wanting dollars, that's when you get a real currency crisis in the United States. And
I very much agree, but one thing that I would like to point out is that the money printing does not just happen in the United States. It's actually a global phenomenon to an extent that we've never seen it before. And Matthew Benczynskis does a lot of great research on a quarterly report of the base money supply, meaning physical cash, as well as central bank balance sheet assets. And he does that on a global basis, right? Looking at all the shitcoins, not just one. And there's extreme numbers, like in the first quarter of 2020, 3 months alone, that supply increased by 30%. 30.
it's insanity.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
And if you would exclude China from this number, for the first quarter, it is 50% increase, 50% inflation of base money. And the shit that you have in your bank account is even more diluted than this, right? So this is really on a global level to an extent that we've never seen it before. The consequences of that will be unheard of and extremely tragic.
Oh, it's continuing now based upon inertia. People, have you done this? They've always done it. Grandma and grandpa did it. It's the way we do it. And they're afraid to do anything else. But I tell you, I know just in my little slice of the world, I know guys who are past 60 who are getting into Bitcoin because they know everything else is crazy. So, things are really they will change. They are changing. Ultimately, the system that we have goes away. The hard part is putting a date on it. That's the one you don't know. There's an old phrase that says there are decades in which nothing happens, and then there are weeks in which decades happen. And you just, you don't know.
You don't know until you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about out of time. Max, what would you say?
Yes, unfortunately, that's the tragic thing. Really, we could have these conversations for hours, each of them. So probably for the next time, 1 hour slots is just not enough to talk to amazing people like Paul Rosenberg.
So you have to have a slow dinner with cameras on the table. There you go.
Precisely. The next stream will be a Cypherpunk Bitstream level of 4-hour sessions each, and we're gonna go still nonstop, but gonna go in depth much more.
Okay, deal.
Well, great. Okay, so Paul, you're booked for next year already.
All right, it's a deal, and I will be there, not by computer.
Exactly. I insist.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
My pleasure, really.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. Thanks very much, Phil, also for hosting again. You're just on fire here during this nonstop live stream. Thanks a lot for all these shows that you did. Was this actually the last one for you?
Yes, this was my last one on my 3-day streak, but it's been a blast, man. Thanks for reaching out and giving me the opportunity. I've had a great time, learned a lot, and happy to come back next year and help out with it.
Oh, phenomenal. Really well done. A great job. And thanks a lot for helping out, because without rock stars like you, this really would not be possible.
My pleasure, man.
Okay, great. So next up, we have a really exciting panel, and that is with a bunch of contributors to a beautiful free software tool, and that is the BTC Pay Server, a software stack that is really built for entrepreneurs to demand to be paid in Bitcoin. And I think that is a very important technology to use. And we are joined already by Dennis Reimann from the 21 Show, and great contributor to BTC Pay and a bunch of other great free software projects. How are you doing, Dennis?
Hi, Max. I'm doing great. Enjoying to join the show. I guess the others aren't there yet. Pavle and Zazunet might also join. I don't know if Brit's also in here.
They will join soon enough. There's one fellow Jitzer in here. Maybe that is a random cat in cyberspace.
Okay.
Well, Dennis, let's start. What are you currently tinkering on? Why is it so exciting to work on BTC Pay?
It's always nice to work on BTC Pay just because of the people involved in that project. And lots of fun and also exciting stuff coming up in the next month. I think there are some things we can showcase today. And I just saw that Pavlo also joined. Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, I think we are just showcasing some stuff today. I don't know. Is there something planned or something you expect us to talk about?
Yes, I all compel you to have a fantastic conversation and a lot of fun doing it. But that's pretty much the only constraint. No, this will be a free-flowing chat about all the awesomeness that is going on. I'm just super excited to catch up with the recent progress that you've made, and potentially also talk about some future happenings that you're excited about. So Pavlex, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, Max. Great to see you again. I think we spoke last in Berlin, if I remember correctly. So a pleasure to chat with you as always. I'm glad to be here. I'm hoping that a few more contributors will join in soon. We are all in different time zones, so a bit hard to coordinate everything, but it seems that our friends from the US are still sleepy, so maybe they'll join in as we talk.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Pavel Max, a question: Why do you contribute to BTC Pay? Why is this such an exciting project for you?
Well, I've said that a few times, but in a way it gives a meaning to my Bitcoin life at the moment. It allows me to, be the change that I want to see and to help people use and to help to actually build great software with my friends. So it's fun, it's nice, and actually there is a big use case for it. We're building a software where people can actually, contribute and use it right away. So for me, it's both fun and useful, and in a way gives a meaning. So yeah, that's pretty much everything on my end.
Yeah, no, agree. Right, that search for meaning, to really work on something delightful and impactful is so important, and that's why I think that this is such a strength of free software, because many of the contributors have that that fire in the reason why they work. So I think this is one of the great strengths. So Dennis, where do you see that this specifically helps BTC Pay Server, just to have this enthusiastic user base and contributor base?
Well, I can't speak for everyone using it, but I can speak for myself. And I'm an avid user of BTC Pay Server. As you might know, I stopped accepting fiat for my work.
Very good.
Yeah, followed you as a role model, and so I'm charging people too using BTC Pay Server, and I think this is also great because you get to eat your own dog food. You are the user of the software yourself, and the bits and pieces that can be improved from first hand because you experience using the software every day. So that's something I really like, and that's also part of my motivation to work on BTC Pay. Yeah.
Yeah, right, to scratch your own itch.
Yeah.
I think that's such a useful strategy in resource allocation of your time, because it's so rewarding, right? If you build a tool because you want to have it yourself, and then you've done, it's great, you win, right? That's a huge success, regardless if other people use it or not.
And you enhance everything for everyone out there too. I mean, this is the benefit of working on free and open software. You scratch your own itch, and it helps everyone else too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's also like our responsibility as contributors who are here for a while to help others, ignite that fire, so that when they contribute, they really feel good about it, and that they can, get a feeling that they're doing meaningful work as they contribute and help this software in any way possible. Even if it's, we had a discussion before, like on Twitter, is it really like, do you consider open source contributor if you fix a typo in documentation? And my answer is always yes. I'm not sure about you guys, but for me personally, like any single change that you do to an open source software is a contribution and matters. So
yeah, every way you can contribute is meaningful and worthwhile. And for me, it was or at least my way of getting started was contributing to documentation. Max, we worked together on the Wasabi docs, and I guess also for BTC Pay, I started contributing, answering questions in the chat, starting out with contributing to the docs, and then I got into the software development side.
Yeah, exactly. And just as a token of respect, the Wasabi doc specifically, the WooPress setup, is totally thanks to Dennis. He's the one who suggested it and who implemented it, and who really made a beautiful, beautiful thing out of it. And I just fell in love with that architecture and actually use it for my personal journal and potentially personal website too. I
really enjoy working with this stack, and that's why I also pushed the BTC Pay team to use it. And at least from what I have heard, everyone seems to like it too. Yeah, big fan.
Yes. Yeah, so that's where you see, right? That every contribution is very meaningful, even if it's just a suggestion, right? A suggestion to use a tool or strategy can save you a bunch of time in discovering the answer yourself. I'm curious, Pavlex, what is talking about the aspect that we use, the tools that we build. What is a specific aspect of BTC Pay Server that you, as a user of it, are most excited about?
So, from personal perspective, I'm very excited about our internal or built-in wallet, because it's a wallet which relies entirely on your own full node that you self-host. So it's quite private wallet. We've built in lots of privacy chasing features, such as coin control. And we, also have partially signed Bitcoin transactions, so you can interact with the wallet completely offline. And there are many exciting features around that one. But I also have a use case because I accept, donations for my work. We have my own BTC Pay server, and as Dennis mentioned, it's a great way to dog food your own software. And just to be a little bit back on the, topic of contributions, as you mentioned, Max, testers are also very important to us, or people providing just a simple feedback about BTC Pay Server, or really people that we really appreciate, and we're always thankful for all the tips we get, and sometimes even yelling and complaints that we get about BTC Pay Server when we do something wrong, but it always helps us improve the software, so it's important.
Yeah, and a further note on that, I mean, even people coming to the MetaMost chat and asking questions, or telling us what might not be very clear to them, it helps the project in so many ways. I mean, there are things we can discuss depending on those questions or feedback. We can extend the documentation. We can we know what we should work on. This results in us having a better roadmap, and even just coming to the chat and talking about ways you are using the software is a contribution also.
Yeah, recently we talked about why is BTC Pay Server so successful, and I was thinking about it for quite a while. Is it the software we're building really that good, or is it the people around it? And in the way, for me, it is actually a code, but it's also the people and community around it is exceptional, and we have so many great people in the community, and that's why I think it's successful, because, as you mentioned, all of that feedback you get from people who they give feedback because they also want the best software out there. So we come together with all these great feedbacks and ideas, and we just go and do great software.
Yeah,
but
we don't only have a rockstar developer, we also have a rockstar community.
Yeah, speaking of Rockstar, I think that he will join us soon, but it seems Zaxonet is being kicked off from Jitsi for some reason. I'm not sure if it's manual or automatic, but some of our contributors are unable to join in. I'm not sure if it's Rockstar or Zax, but I see that some of them are being kicked off. So just
I think it's censorship. Censorship.
Yeah.
He should host his own Jitsi server, and then he cannot be kicked off. No, but I doubt that it's a server issue, just because there was no server issue in the past before. And by the way, still pushing this same call for 55 hours now, just to show you the power of Jitsi, that this was actually running extremely stable for such a long non-stop time. But I think now we are joined by Rockstar developer. Hello.
There he is.
Yeah. Hey, Rockstar.
Hey guys, just give me a sec to set up a camera, and then I'll start talking. That cool?
Sure.
That's fantastic. We want to see your beautiful face.
Yeah, like any movie star, he always needs a second to do his makeup and stuff and do a setup.
Yeah, just let me get the makeup, and then I'll join.
But then it's actually the same question that I sent to Pavlex earlier. Can you name one specific smaller aspect of BTC Pay Server that you're so excited about as a user?
Right now, it's the new Greenfield API we are working on, because I guess this enables a multitude of new and exciting features for ourselves, but also for everyone who wants to build on BTC Pay. And I'm working on a new extension project for BTC Pay, which opens up your Lightning node and gives you the ability to run it in kind of custodial fashion where you can open it up for friends and family. They can sign up and top up the main Lightning node of the BTC Pay instance, but have a separate wallet interface, and kind of like a Lightning bank account on top of it, so that they can use the BTC Pay Lightning instance and receive and send money. And this builds wholly on the new BTC Pay API. And Cooks is already working on many features for that. And recently he also added a mode where you can register accounts using your BTC Pay instance account. So I'm using this feature in my app to basically reuse or allow users to reuse their BTC Pay account to sign up for this Lightning banking app.
That's super interesting, actually. Can you speak a bit more about that API? Like, what is the functionality of it? How deep does it go?
I mean, right now it's mostly the basic features. I guess with the current release from this week, we also have a basic invoice API, which is going to be extended during the next releases. But the Lightning integration is already there. You can request user data, and I mean, there's lots of stuff already in there, so it's totally workable right now, and I can use it to build on top of it already.
Oh, sounds very promising. I mean, I see that we have quite a rebel here also in the chat, burning the fiat shitcoin, which is a highly appreciated gesture. So Rockstar Dev, are you with us? How are you?
I am, finally, man. I just needed to start the fire, so
Nice.
yeah, that's finally up and running.
And the great hand is reflected too. The fire of liberty burning in the bee of BTC Pay.
What can you do, man? Like, see all the head started USD dollar head, so yeah, what can you do? We just need time to make the things right with Bitcoin, so but we'll make it happen.
Yes. Roxa, what are you currently tinkering on BTC Pay? What are you excited about?
Man, I'm just excited to see the project growing, because when it started, it was just Nicholas coding, and the reason why I joined was like it was just him coding, and we've kind of been in contact over the years. And then when I saw like it's a single guy working on a code base, I just felt it's better. It will be better if there is somebody he's interacting with. And then as the project grew, people were joining. So for me, it's just making sure that as more people are joining, that we keep adding to the project, like not making it more frantic. And as Pavanex and Dennis were saying, I mean, it just like there are so many great things that we're working on, and I'm excited to see. Like, I'm just excited to see more people joining. So that's for me.
How do you actually handle onboarding, basically, right? Because that's a big issue, specifically because free software in general, and Bitcoin specifically, and especially BTC Pay, are quite special and unique in many ways. Also, how the individuals working on it are collaborating. So what has been kind of your strategy to get the people who want to contribute started on the right foot?
Well, I can talk more about what was my strategy initially, because you already have the main guy who is responsible for it right now, which is Pavlenix, right? So I initially approached it just seeing, what people are excited and who they would be good to connect with. Like that's pretty much what it was at the start of the project and how I approach it. And it's just identifying what people are passionate about and what components are missing, so that you can put them in position where they do have those components. And once they have those components, then they can grow, So I think what's great with open source projects is that when people join, you can already kind of see what they're excited about, and whether you can provide that stuff to them or no, and an open source project, people are pretty much also self-motivated, which is the problem that you have in regular jobs, so to call them. So you don't have in regular jobs somebody coming and saying, hey, I will work for free, right? And in open source project, you do have that. So it's just putting people in position to succeed, man. That's it.
Talking from my own experience, huge shout out to Rockstar Dev for getting me started. I mean, I came to the project having this motivation, but I not knowing anything about C# and ASP.NET, I just lacked the basic knowledge to get started. And Rockstar Dev invited me to, I guess, 2 or 3 sessions where we did some pair programming, and I really enjoyed it because it also showed me that the other side really appreciates my contributions and sets aside some time to get me started. And this was really helpful. And thanks again, Rockstar.
No problem, man. Thank you for joining.
And again, I mean, the whole community is so friendly, and everyone is so welcoming, answering questions in the chat. And so if there's someone out there trying to get started, maybe regarding the UI side of BTC Pay, you can always approach me, and I'll do you a similar service and offer an hour of pair programming to get you started.
Yeah, see how great Dennis is. And I would also want to extend my invitation in a sense, if you even want to start with C#, you're watching this stream and you're hearing how programmers have great salaries, you want to get into programming, not even BTC Pay server necessarily, just come to Mattermost. I'll set aside 30 minutes and get you started with C#. But please just show that you already tried some things, that we have some environment. So, but otherwise, let's go. Let's create more programmers and hopefully more cypherpunks. So.
Yeah. So on my end, those are really great tips that both Rockstar and Dennis, emphasized. And recently, we've been really working hard on actually identifying ways in which you can contribute to BTC Pay server, because people come to our community and they just think it's like a closed community where you may be too dumb or you have no idea what to do. And then, when they do a change or somebody approaches them and they see their change being implemented in the next version, and then they see us shouting them out or, giving them, credits in our README or on Twitter, they really see, hey, I can really do this. I can be, be an open source contributor. It's not really that hard. And I'm now a bit sad because Zach cannot join us, because he recently did an amazing job of documenting in step by step for both designers, for translators, for developers, for testers. We now have in our documentation, for any sort of role in which you're interested in, you can go to docs.btcpayserver.org, and there is a step-by-step guide how to join in, what to expect, what software you need, where to seek for advice and stuff like that. So identifying passionate people and then simplifying the onboarding part and simplifying those processes so they can easily contribute and get started is very important. And I now see that also our amazing designer Destruct is also here. He's been doing a fantastic job recently, so maybe he can talk a little bit about onboarding people in design. I'm not sure if he's with us now.
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
Man, we hear you.
I appreciate the shout out, and I'm also kind of in a similar position to where Dennis is coming from. You start looking at things and you're like, okay, how can I contribute? What do I feel like I bring value to this? I think generally, like, just your passion and excitement for obviously Bitcoin, what kind of drives, you know, all of us for being here. It's kind of the basis for everything. But I think, you know, it's a slow ramp up to figuring out, like, okay, where can I contribute? I have all these ideas, and, you know, just starting to read the GitHub and just kind of getting inundated with the, you know, where everybody's coming from. And, you know, starting to pitch things, talk on the Mattermost. Like, I think there is that kind of initial step of like, okay, where can I figure out where I bring the most value? And yeah, I think everybody's been incredibly welcoming. And I think, you know, it takes a little bit to get your foothold at the beginning. And then once you start figuring out like, okay, this is how my process works. This is how people receive the work that I'm doing. You definitely start to get in a little bit more of a flow. But yeah, I mean, speaking to the stuff that I do, you know, right now I'm trying to work on the design system for BTC Pay Server, kind of standardize some of the things that we've been doing for a while. And Dennis has done a great job on that as well, like getting, you know, the design system coded up so where new contributors, maybe like myself, are a little bit more focused on the visual or design or micro interactions or any of the ways that you could think about making BTC Pay even easier to use and more accessible. You know, feel free to reach out to me, say, hey, like, I always love meeting new people who are interested and have talent and want to contribute in that way. You know, I'm trying to help make it even easier to where you have something like a standard library to work with, and we can kind of, you know, run through new ideas and, you know, explore new things. I mean, even something that we've kind of been kicking around lately has been like an auction style thing, and, you know, getting to a point where we can go from 0 to 1 as quickly as possible, and explore, is this possible, you know, and get the, I guess, the complexities of that out of the way as quickly as possible so we can start talking about what's possible with this. But yeah, I don't want to ramble on too much, but, you know, there's a lot of things to explore. And I, you know, I'm really looking forward to watching BTC Pay server grow and just open source in general. It's been really exciting, and I am more passionate about this than my normal day-to-day job. So, like, hands down, it's awesome working with you guys. It definitely has been a highlight of the last couple of months for me.
Yeah, there we go. And somebody asked, like, if every contribution counts, right? Pavlonex, like you were saying that on Twitter. So yeah, it absolutely does. You know, there was somebody that fixed like README. So I share this meme, which is, yeah, absolutely every contribution count. Even if you find typos, like, you'll get included as contributor. So let's go.
Yes, for sure. Guys, I'm a bit interested about some future development that you're tinkering on. So we've already mentioned the RPC server that is currently work in progress, but what about some other more fundamental improvements that you see that will be coming to the software stack in, well, 2 weeks?
Well, I can just say in general, personally, I and maybe Destruct will be, and also Dennis, because he's doing all of that. He's making sure that all of the things we, you know, have ideas on, and then Dennis implements it, and Destruct designs all of this magic. So personally, I really like that we are making BTC Pay Server easier to use. We are trying to reduce as many steps as possible. We are cleaning the UI. So if, you know, take a look at BTC Pay Server 2 years ago, and now it's completely different, and it looks so much better. But then again, on the other hand, we know, we are aware of all the user interface and UX problems, and it's good that we are aware because of all the overwhelming feedback we receive every day. So we will just try to implement all of that and work, you know, it release by release. We'll try to reduce complexity and finally have something which will be maybe, you know, one day possible to use by our grandmothers. We'll see. That's the end goal.
I can't wait for grandmothers to like start up the servers, man. Configure SSH, but it will be exciting.
I mean, they can set up pull payments for their grandchildren so that they don't have to give them money in fiat. I guess their grandchildren will highly appreciate that.
Definitely.
Yeah, but to chime in on the design system stuff, I think this will really pay off in the future. I mean, it has already paid off greatly up to now, but I think, like Destruct just said, it gives us a handle to quickly, come up with mock-ups and, to turn ideas into screens, and so that we can have a better foundation to discuss things. And I mean, I saw this issue or the idea of this auction system coming up just a few days ago, and I think a day later there were already screenshots and mock-ups in there, and this kind of being able to visualize things quickly brings a whole different level of discussion with it, and it's great to have something like that. And for me, on the code side, we have something similar as well, which also gives you better tooling to develop or at least prototype new stuff. And so I think this design system will also be a great thing to have.
Okay, guys, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. When LNURL, because we would really like to work closely with you. We're doing. I'm from the Bluscomat team. We are using LNURL heavily in our solution for offline ATM, and we want to do other meet space applications, such as let's say POS or what have you. So I know there's at least one open issue currently for LNURL on the POS interface of BTC Pay server. Are you guys, have you been looking into that? Are you interested in that? Are you excited about more, let's say, UX flows that can facilitate some more meet space applications?
Rockstar, you want to chime in on the Lightning part, or?
No, I mean, to me, that definitely sounds interesting and something, I guess, will be my homework after this webcast. Like, I've joined to see, also to read the feedback on YouTube, but I'm shit posting on Twitter, so I don't have time. I need to find it, but essentially to see what the people are excited about and what I can, contribute to. So if it's LNURL, like, let me see it, and I guess I can help out on that.
Earlier, I talked about this extension I'm currently building, but I guess you haven't heard that part. Right now, I'm building out the basics for this LN custodial banking extension, and once the basics are done, I also plan to extend it with LNURL, at least for withdrawal and sending, which is already planned. So something will come up on that front, but that's inside of this extension I'm building. And for the BTC Pay core part, I guess we have to elaborate or discuss this a bit more, because I haven't seen the issue you were talking about yet.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's been the main thing, like just coordinating. So let's go, man. Tell us how to continue.
Okay, this sounds cool. So you guys are open to pull requests, yes? I like that.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do some of that. And also NFC. When NFC, yes, in the core payment screen, not even just the POS app, but the payment screen itself. We really would like this in the next 6 months, because we have some interesting ideas in this area.
These are very interesting ideas. You should listen to him, because he builds awesome stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember. I know the project he's talking about. And I also remember the LNURL issue. You see, the thing with issues is when you open them, I'm not talking about that issue specifically, but if you give us step-by-step and specific use case in how it helps you, it will really help us understand better how we can code it and implement it on our part. So the better you formulate the issue, the more we are excited about it and we want to actually work on it. And people usually open short issues when LN URL, and then we have no time to, explore all of the use cases. And if we understand that it truly helps our users, I mean, both of those ideas you just said, if you can just open for NFC, it will be very interesting to see that. I can see a fantastic use case for what you mentioned. I love the idea.
Okay, cool.
So it's implemented in 2 weeks? Done?
Yeah, you said 6 months.
Yeah. I try to be realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this will actually, since this is streamed, this will be a great demonstration of the process, man. Like, I can't wait for the conversation and Mattermost to start. So let's see how to make it happen.
I remember that Cooks mentioned NFC at some point, but it was some browser limitation, if I'm not mistaken. But it was like a year ago or something. So maybe that changed. But I'm just trying to remember exactly what he said technically, but I cannot. It was quite a while ago. But definitely an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think for sure interesting. Specifically, MFC has a couple interesting use cases. What would you build with it?
See, he's trying.
Yes, for so long.
Well, you'll see. If you hang around in the hackerspace here for like the next month or so, then you're gonna get an idea of what we're doing.
Sneak peek.
Yeah. But no, I don't want to drop it yet because there are people, too many smart people listening. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, let's continue this a bit on because you mentioned that aspect that you can open the pull request and actually do some work.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Well, first of all, because our methodology when we're developing a thing, especially if we're integrating with some other systems such as BTC Pay Server, I think what we will end up doing is forking it and doing a very basic implementation just as a proof of concept for demo purposes, and also just to make sure that we're not imagining things and it can actually work. And we want to see it with a real customer and actually working in real life. So we will probably do some naive implementation. We can do a pull request, and then we can further discuss with you guys. I'm not a .NET guy, so it's going to be bad. So just please bear with me. I don't know anything about .NET, so I'll try.
But I think this is perfectly fine. I mean, something similar has been merged recently with the Ethereum support, I think, which might be controversial to discuss. But at least from my perspective, it also it started out with a basic proof of concept and evolved from there.
No, and this is where I also said, man, it doesn't matter if you know C#. Like, if you're a programmer, just let's meet for 30 minutes and like I'll make you a C# programmer. So, like
You'll be a rock star in 30 minutes.
30 minutes or less.
Yeah. It's always this thing. It comes back to this, like that we're kind of like meeting space of Bitcoiners. So it's like let's go. Let's make the community bigger and better. And like if pull request is not the way to go for now, sure, man, like that's why project is around. Just fork it and do your thing, and eventually maybe it gets into code base, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you build a product that like you make money on, and build a business. So that's also what we want, and there are people doing that. So.
Yeah, by the way, just that the trinity of the Blaskomat, Phoenix Wallet, and BTC Pay Server is a onboarding machine gun stack. It's incredible. It's just that use case of instant and cheap and private transactions from a noob who has never heard about Bitcoin to earning Bitcoin and spending it on coffee takes literally 30 seconds. It's absolutely ridiculous. So there's so much potential to further fine-tune and improve this.
That's the beauty of permissionless software.
Yeah. Absolutely, as Dennis says, because you just build the stacks that then can be replicated somewhere else in the world. So can't do that with closed software where you need to sign a contract and then, you know, get the consultant in and this and that. Boring life, man.
Yeah, so we do love when people build on top of BTC Pay server and fork it and do their own thing, because as Rockstar said, like, our goal is to make things easy for you so that you can, you know, go ahead and create your own Bitcoin business or stack sats or whatever. But for us, it is important just that people use software, how they use it. We just, you know, like to hear the feedback, and this sort of feedback that you just provided for us is gold. So feel free to, like, whenever you have a feedback like this or ideas, feel free to share them with us. We always love to hear how people use BTC Pay server and how we can make them better for end users and also for developers or people building business on top of BTC Pay server.
Yeah, exactly. Well, one more feature request that I have, and I know that you've been considering it already, and that is a nice integration of transaction batching, where a merchant pays his suppliers, right, at a regular state and with different time priorities. And he can be very happy to batch this together with some other transaction. And this was especially mentioned in the PayJoin integration, right, as the BIP is actually broadly enough defined to allow transaction batching of the merchant. So I'm just curious about what are your recent like research findings and maybe even development process on this front.
So I'm not sure if you're talking about our wallet, but as far as I know, it is currently possible to, you know, batch transactions from our internal wallet. I'm not sure if you're referring to that, but it seems that your question is more like PayJoin related.
Yes, exactly. I'm just saying that I think batching has a huge potential, and there are, I think, some nice small nuances that we can do. For example, transaction batching in a coin join like PayJoin. That is a huge, interesting idea, or maybe, you know, even in something like opening a Lightning channel or other transactions that are made anyway. If you have a low priority transaction that can wait to be broadcast to the mempool, I think that's quite an interesting use case.
Yeah, that's why PayJoin, once Cooks mentioned it, it's one of the advantages actually was that merchants weren't even, like, you know, aware that what's happening actually is that we're able to, you know, batch transactions for them in the background, and then they can save off the fees. So we probably need to, like, work a little bit more on the educational part on that.
Nice. Yeah, is that already implemented, that you can batch transactions in PayJoin?
As far as I know, it is, but I wish Cooks was here because that's his part of the magic he does. So I may be wrong on that, but
yeah, nevertheless, what Max just proposed initially sounds like a really nice feature to have, but I think we just haven't researched this topic yet. I mean, it totally makes sense, because if you're processing a lot of transactions and you can batch them to go out twice a day or so, and yeah, save on fees, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's a fee saving strategy, and that can be quite elaborate and complex, rather. Because, you know, just for example, it might be reasonable to, at a low fee point, right, where the mempool is rather empty, to consolidate a bunch of your UTXOs that you have received in a transaction.
Yeah, right.
To do that while batching and making actually a real transaction, quote unquote, that can have quite substantial fee savings. And I'm curious about kind of automating that process, or, you know, making it smart and efficient. And I think that there's a lot of nice opportunities here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like Pavel said, in the PayJoin implementation, this is already considered, but I think we could span this a little wider and yeah, just research the whole topic, how we can make this like a general concern, because there's the internal wallet, then there are also like the pull payments where this can be considered, and yeah, I think this needs some research, but I think it's a really good feature request.
So who's gonna build it? Rockstar. I call it you.
Yeah, of course, man. I'm just now building on your stream. I realized you have, image flipped, so my memes can finally now be read, right?
Actually, now it's flipped for me, but I'm not sure how it turns out on YouTube.
Like on YouTube, it was like flipped horizontally. So
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think as Cooks isn't here and he's always building nice stuff, we should just assign this to him.
Can I just add to that just quickly? I tend to jump in here randomly.
Lovely.
It would be, for when we implemented Lightning before any of this amazing stuff you guys are doing, which was kind of difficult 2 years ago, and since then we've upgraded to 2.0 and to Voltoro 2.0, and haven't re-implemented Lightning yet, but we're looking doing that as soon as possible. But one of the things that really did stick out, and I wanted to add this because of Max's comment, was that I really want to be able to give the users options to say, hey guys, you want your transaction right away, you can do that, or you can pay less and have it in the batch at the end of the day when everyone else wants theirs. And we're implementing something that internally, but it's definitely something that businesses would like, especially as the blocks start getting filled up again. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Hey guys, unfortunately, I gotta get out of here again. There's so much stuff happening here in Meetspace. But please continue the conversation for about 15 more minutes. And then afterwards, the next host will take over. This was a great conversation. Thanks again for all the BTC Pay contributors to coming on and continue doing that awesome work.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Thanks, Max.
Yeah, and if Voltoro is asking for this feature, then we need to make it happen, man. So you,
thank you.
Yeah, on the stream.
Go as well. Yeah, thanks, guys, and we'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Man, so much amazing stuff happening. I've been listening to the stream while beavering away here, and I just sometimes I feel like I really wanted to jump in with that. But yeah, Rockstar Dev, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I mean, it's goddamn COVID ruining all our fun.
No, man, like that. People should be looking at that since we're on the stream. Like as soon as there is ability to travel a little bit, like I'm gonna throw like a DGen party. So I'm gonna invite select people. If you want to in, like, you let me know.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think the few friends that I know that are actually traveling are like, dude, it's the best time to travel ever right now. There's like no one on the planes. You just get whole rows to yourself. No one at the airports. No lines. It's beautiful.
No, man. What can you do with COVID? Definitely. This is also like why I love BTC Pay server, is because our community is already set up for this, right? Yeah. So you have a group of people you work with together. You get that social interactions fix every day. So it's much easier to go through all this nonsense and chaos that's happening in the world. So again, invitation to everybody who wants to experience that, chat.btcpayserver.org, and join us so we can have fun.
Definitely. So,
I don't know, since we are having more like 10 minutes, do we want to close with something specific? Is there anything other contributors have to say, some topic we need to announce? What do you say, Pavlonex? You are our PM.
I wanted to interrupt just to say, let's turn this into our dev meeting and just quickly talk about the issues for 10 minutes, but probably people will quit the live stream. But
no, man, they're gonna be excited to be part of our meet, right?
Awesome. Let's fork this stream now. So just quickly, guys, next week we'll have definitely like a dev meeting. I'm not sure if Destruct is still with us, but we need to talk about, for this release, we really want some UI changes and to finally implement some of the stuff both Dennis and Destruct have been working on. And what I'm personally interested in is like finally allowing people to easier create that damn wallet inside BTC Pay server, and have that step of creating a store and a wallet like instantly. Like, so I'm really hoping that we can talk about that next week and come up with some implementation. I know the Destruct did already some mockups, but it would be really nice to like finally close that chapter that's been making me cry alone at night for 1 year. So
yeah, I'm really looking forward to all the work that Dennis has done to implement some of the UI stuff for the payment requests and pull payments. Like, I'm really excited to see that out there. And we have the wallet setup flow, and like trying to help people better conceptualize kind of the way that BTC Pay is architected right now, to where it is a really easy concept to draw on, that like you have your store, and then within that you have all of the different applications and things that you can use within that. And then I think even to some of the topics that have been discussed throughout this, how do we make it more simple to conceptualize all these things? And then as you're stepping through the creation process, you're introduced to things that make sense. Like, yeah, okay, you've created your wallet. All right, now do you want to batch transactions? Do you want to do all these different things? Okay, like now you can easily access these things, turn on what you need to, turn off what you need to. And then, not only for us internally as we're building and scaling things, but also for, people coming onto the project as well. Like, so, any feedback that people have when they are building things or trying to integrate where they find it difficult, like, I just want this simple checkbox, like even something as basic as that, which sometimes, it seems really obvious, but, we may not know about that you're struggling with that from a builder side, or even just to somebody like, I don't know why, it's so hard for me to connect my wallets to, my store, something literally as basic as that. Like, all of that feedback helps, because that's kind of what we're struggling with right now, with just figuring out from a UX perspective, but just trying to make sure, that it's clear to the end user and then the person who's trying to figure that out ultimately. But yeah, that and and a dashboard as well is something that we've all been kind of kicking around. I think something we're trying to surface, like what makes sense, and we're keeping your privacy in mind. And in a lot of ways, I think from a UX perspective, the traditional, like, here we're going to show you every single metric and transaction and all this historical record of things. Like, there's new challenges that are presented here where it's like you want relevant data and a history of things, but we're not going to introduce all this other things that normal situations might arise. So there's a lot of interesting things. So if there is stuff that you want to see surfaced, or you want to see brought into your dashboard view, or even like little additions, please, like, reach out to us and come say, hey, we're all very welcoming. And we feel the same way. I think it's a lot of times like, what do people really want and what do they care about? I'll end my ramble there.
Yeah. Did you want to look at some specific issues, Pavle? Like maybe share
No,
your screen?
I mean, we do have that store and the wallet separation, and then we talk about like having like an easy way in store setting, which will redirect or just put it above the fold, because right now for user to set up a wallet, they need to scroll all the way down, and then they see this word which nobody probably knows what it is, derivation scheme, and then they need to go to modify. I mean, it's not intuitive. They need to go through our documentation in order to connect their wallet, which sometimes is good, but because you have all of the document to learn from, and we explain privacy issues, security issues along the way. But when someone just wants to start the server and have their wallet set up, I mean, it would be really beneficial if we can push that derivation scheme at least above the fold, and then rename it to be something like set up a wallet or something like that, because modified derivation scheme does not sound like something a non-Bitcoin developer would know what it even is. So and as Destruct says, once all of these things come together in a dashboard, it will be amazing. I cannot wait for that.
I also think that a lot of things coming up in the pipeline for the rest of the year will obsolete parts of the documentation, because it will become much more usable and way clearer. And I really like what I see in Figma already, and I'm so excited to turn these mockups into code, because it will make the software much better to use and give more people the option to enjoy BTC Pay. Really excited about what's coming up.
Yeah, I to piggyback off of that, I also agree. Like, you know, documentation, it's excellent to have so much of it, but it's like, you know, one of the things that would be amazing would be get to a point where the interface is so easy to use that like documentation comes for implementation and development, you know, things, and like a really in-depth view of what something maybe is, or like, you know, like how deep you can go with that particular rabbit hole. But like the notion of a payment request or a pull payment, like where maybe somebody coming from a more traditional background might look at that and be like, what the hell is this? You know, it's intuitive and easy for them to figure out, like, oh, like I have my wallet, you know, I have money in here. Somebody just wants to request money from it specifically. And, you know, there is not that much more, and every piece of the interface allows them to figure that out as they step through it. And if there's something that they're really still confused on, it's just one click away to figure out, like, okay, what's this specific feature that I'm really struggling to understand? And, you know, something like CoinJoin, which is kind of a, you know, a huge mystery to a wider aspect of the community. It's like something like that where you might see options to turn that on and do things like that, but you're like, I still don't really understand what this is. Okay, now I'm going to jump to the documentation and figure it out. And I think that's been a big initiative, and I'm really excited to work through that with Dennis to kind of keep pushing some of the stuff that kind of the low-hanging fruit of things that, you know, may have been overlooked or may not have been easy to do in the past. And I think, you know, yeah, the next couple of months are going to be a huge step forward in that way.
Yeah, I mean, like making things simple in the front end for end users, and then making software itself so flexible and crazy so that developers can build all sorts of crazy stuff and businesses on top of it will be a challenge. But once we reach that, which I'm sure we will at some point, it will be like really awesome.
You know, that's that bridge between engineering and UX. And hardly anyone gets it right. You know, Steve Jobs, love him or hate him, or Apple or not, but they did a very, very good job like that. They really took this thing that was very difficult. Computers are difficult inherently, and managed to make it with, and then that was always the goal, without documentation. People should be able to open that thing up and just start using it. But I really love, I mean, what you guys have built, man. I mean, really, it's just stunning. If anyone hasn't looked at the documentation, looking at the docs, like even, you know, stuff like this for the normal person that has a WooCommerce, that has a WordPress page, which pretty much runs the internet these days, to fire up a BTC Pay server for WooCommerce and stuff like this. All these plugins are there. It's just so nice. It's really, really a nice experience. And yeah, I got to take my hat off and to you guys. Yeah, even though I don't even know it all.
Thanks. And now you have Shopify, right? So that one has been huge. And I always come back to this because there was UI, UX, and Bitcoin discussion starting up, you know, and people were having their opinions. Like Apple and what Steve Jobs did, like that was possible because like they control the experience, right, and hide the complexity behind it. But in Bitcoin, you have this unique problem of if you're firing up BTC Pay server and you're being your own bank, like should some stuff be hidden away from you under, you know, UI UX umbrella? And that's been such a huge problem, and why I think that open source projects, they can address that problem way easier than, you know, closed source projects, because all this discussion of hiding some stuff in UI UX, like it's a battle in open source community to come to consensus, right? And when we do come to consensus, then likely it's best possible trade-off between knowing what you're doing and having a good UI UX, because sure, people don't know what derivation scheme is, but should you research that before becoming your own bank, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the question. And
Yeah.
I really think that we're in a unique position to address that, and we will, address it through the project, because you can see that Pavel is not giving up on user experience. It's like it needs to be smooth, needs to be easy.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think, I mean, even with that too, you to Rockstar, to jump on that, we have the ability as well to offer, more security, more privacy, and not compromise also in certain ways that I think, that is a big challenge from a UX perspective. Is it's like, oh, well, we could just do this and make that much easier and have these trade-offs and various different things. But it's like, we don't want to, we don't want to enable something that might, reduce the amount of privacy that you have, or jump ahead, and not provide value. That I guess what I'm ultimately trying to say is, we're not trying to make trade-offs or compromises when it comes to allowing people to do certain things. Like this is open, this is permissionless. You can, get money from A to B, but we're not gonna skip steps to where when you open this or you use this, you expect a certain level of quality for your privacy and your security, and we don't want to compromise that to make an experience better. So figuring out and navigating something where I think traditionally that's more of the case, in a more traditional banking system, like, oh, give us every bit of your information and we'll catalog this and do all that. It's like, no, we want you to be able to control all of this and have the ability to turn it off or on, or whatever it is. And there is a lot of complexity with that, because we do give many trade-offs for this convenience, and I think that's that is a challenge, but something that we're trying to work towards, and not obfuscate everything in the process. Give you transparency.
Yeah, we're doing the same in terms of transparency. We've got the hot wallets and the cold wallets because we're centralized, but for me, it's if we're centralized, if you're a centralized business, you should be transparent as much as possible. And one of the things is, how do you have ease of use, because people want their money straight away, so it's in hot. But how do you have the transparency? Because the beautiful thing with cold wallets, you can have like 3 wallets or 4 or 5, a small number for the cold, so people can always audit you on the chain. And we're working kind of at the moment to figure out a way to have a nice way for people to audit the hot wallets, which are in the thousands, and do it quite simply. But it's that battle between complexity and ease of use, and so, there's always been that battle with Bitcoin, is how do you make it secure, but how do you give people security versus ease of use, basically.
Convenience, yeah. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, because you as a business, and like, you need to be kind of closed source. Like, you don't have so many people chiming in while you're designing the process, which is what's happening in BTC Pay server, right?
Yeah.
Like, I join in as a developer, and then I see this UI, UX stuff, and I say, guys, drop all of that stuff. It sucks. Like, let's educate the people. And then the rest of the team that's on UI, UX pushes back and says, oh, no, you don't understand. Like, everybody's complaining on this. And then we have this, iterative process where I think we in the end come up with pretty good default and go from there. Somebody is okay with and has the knowledge to set it up so it's more secure. Somebody just doesn't care and sets it up so it's more convenient. So, and in the end, we need to support all those people. And I think that's great, like having all the different people being able to speak for different points of view, like D-Struck said. In the end, it is better. Like, it's,
I think that at the end of the day, the best idea wins, no matter where it comes from. and we all come to consensus. We do fight. We all, are passionate about stuff, but at the end of the day, we all care about people who use BTC Pay Server. Our end goal is to, build the best software for them. And if you have way too many people, providing feedback and, having different ideas, that's gold. We'll always it slows down development at some point, but, at the end of the day, we'll probably have the best software out there, thanks to all of these people who are passionate about it.
Yeah. And also the most secure, because the more people that are constantly battling and trying to break it, and the more people are trying to fix it. I just love the anti-fragile nature of open source, free and open source software. It's just amazing. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
You get bounties like the IRS now has got a bounty for the Lightning Network to de-anonymize the Lightning Network more, and Monero, funnily enough. And it's funny because really at the end of the day, all that does is make someone patch it to, once someone finds a way to anonymize it a little, de-anonymize it, they would someone will patch it. It's just stunning.
I don't know, man. Like on that one, I'm not so optimistic. Who knows? Maybe IRS starts printing more money and gives it us, to us devs, saying like, why should you work on open source? Like we'll pay you bounties because we can outpay whoever. Like it's already happening in console, like PlayStation 4 scene, and like Xbox. Xbox is already pretty secure, but like Switch, big companies like Nintendo and Sony are now joining in, like bringing on all these hackers and paying them for disclosures. So we need to prepare, man. Like there will be some advanced attacks. Like who knows? Maybe you just group up all the leading developers under some umbrella of VC company, and then they can't do like privacy stuff. Like I think that's one will be. Yeah, for Bitcoin, yeah. Like I think you just collect all the developers, you like pay them good salaries, and just there is no advancement on privacy.
Yeah.
Or there is some sophisticated attack where just Bitcoin doesn't develop as but the good thing with Bitcoin is, like I always say, even if it stays in current form the way it is right now, like it's pretty good. So but that's a talk for the future. How, like, where are we leading this stream? Like 15 minutes is up. We're going to keep on rambling.
When NAS support.
Oh yeah, you asked us that like every 2 or 3 weeks, man. I remember now. Is it working for you or NAS or not?
No, I turned it off.
Crap. One more.
I couldn't get it to make peace with Nginx, and then I was like, yeah, let's just stop for now. And then kind of my note came around, and I was like, yeah, let's just turn it on that thing.
I now remember that you promised us to make a documentation out of it. So once there is docs that you promised to us, then maybe we'll improve it.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, I mean, that's it from me, guys. I'll see you on Mattermost. Again, anybody that wants to join, it's chat.btcpayserver.org. I guess I should be looking out for the stream with the guy who wanted LNURL. Looking forward to that.
That would be very, very cool. See you, Rockstar. Nice to see you, man. See you, or nice to see your silhouette.
Peace out.
See you, man.
Ciao. Yeah, amazing. I wanted to ask you guys, just individual, just to keep the stream on fire here. Now that
on
the fire. Well, Rockstar left.
Yeah, okay.
So we need a new fire.
What you know what you all can just get on my podcast. It's gonna be my segment soon in like -7 minutes.
Nice. Yeah. Right on. Well, I was going to ask what your favorite privacy feature is of Bitcoin. How do you make Bitcoin private?
Probably Lightning.
Yeah.
But it's not too private. I mean, there's some attacks against it that kind of cause problems, but I wouldn't give up on it right now because it's going to keep advancing. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah. I've tried to figure out some transactions, and it is very difficult. It's very difficult to run certain consolidation, especially. I mean, you can find on Lightning, endpoints that collect the same amount of money, then have disappeared from somewhere else. But I feel it's so cheap to move stuff around. Once you can have scripts that run at certain times, release certain times, have different amounts, and you can almost just have constant mixing as well because it's so cheap. This is all stuff that's coming. I'm just very, very excited for the Lightning Network. Does anyone know if there's already someone working on mixes within Lightning? I'm pretty sure.
I haven't heard about any of that yet, but that will be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the Wasabi guys or the Samurai guys are doing with it.
Yeah.
Probably the Samurai guys are not really doing anything with it because they completely focusing on on-chain stuff because they're not really interested in anything Lightning related.
Yeah, and I think Max is definitely would be working on stuff though. Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm going to jump off as well because I've got to make dinner. Very, very.
Jackie, you here?
Very boring.
All right. I'm going to leave too. So thanks again for HCPP for having us, giving us a place to spread the BTC Pay love.
Man, great work, by the way. Great work. I'm loving it.
Thanks again. Yeah.
Thanks for coming, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you guys.
Yeah, take care.
There we go. The last 2 hours of Hackers Congress TV is now here. Jackie, are you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
You need to rename yourself because it says fellow Gister.
What? Wait a minute.
Just go onto the top right corner and then just click on your name and then you can type in whatever you want.
Now?
Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Who's Obiharo? Oh, that's the guy who was put on our segment. Hey man.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How about you, man?
Life is great. Thank you very much.
So, can you tell us a bit about yourself? Because we don't really know who you are.
Yeah, that's great, actually. Well, I'm in the Bitcoin space since now around, I would say 5 years. I was red pilled by BitClub network scammers long time ago, fortunately. And after falling down the rabbit hole, I did different things in the industry. And currently, I'm working on something that is supposed to be let's call it extreme P2P marketplace. It's like a way to buy Bitcoin without ever risking that anybody finds out who you are, and more or less giving people the possibility who are living under a regime or an area where it's very difficult to do it legally, to do it without without needing to register anywhere, without needing to put personal data anywhere, without KYC, without basically without risking that anybody could figure out that they bought it, because as we already see today, it's happening in some regions globally that there are heavy restrictions on buying BTC. And to be honest, I expect in the next years that there will be countries who will even do more restrictions, and others will probably be more neutral or even positive. But it will be a battle over the next, let's say, 5, 10, 15 years, who knows? And what I'm doing now and what I would like to build is a platform that enables everybody to buy and sell Bitcoin without needing to provide any data. Yeah, I can talk about it a little bit, about the idea and the concept, but I don't want to...
Let's just let Jackie introduce himself first also.
Yes, of course.
That was interesting, Carol. Yeah, I'm Jackie.
I mean, first I got a Kinder surprise in the form of Fluffy Pony, and then Max decided to have somebody extra on the stream. So I'm trying to like reorganize everything that I planned for this show because he just kind of turned everything upside down again.
Yeah, I mean, just freestyle it, man. But so yeah, I'm Jackie. I've been in Bitcoin since mid 2017. Yeah, I'm a Zoomer.
So, you know, still going to school and shit like that. Really fucking red pilled, and yeah, just being here having a good time.
Okay, so let me just steer this a bit because I'm just totally out of ideas how we can unfuck this. So how do you guys acquire your Bitcoins? What is your go-to place to buy?
You wanna go first?
Yes, of course. I buy them P2P. I found people in the last years in my area on local Bitcoins when there was still a possibility to do like meet-space meetings with them. But I did not contact them through local Bitcoins. I just took the Telegram handles or phone numbers, started contacting them, and tried to build relations with people who buy or sell, and starting with small amounts and then even bigger ones as soon as I trusted them. So I was always trying to avoid KYC, AML platforms because I don't have a very good feeling about giving my financial and private data to some institutions.
Yeah, there's a lot of problem with KYC these days, and it's been getting really bad also. So about you, Jackie?
Yeah, so my goal is to reach same, you know, situation that you're in, but right now I'm buying off of a Swiss exchange that doesn't ask for any KYC. So yeah.
But does it like require like a mobile phone or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever tried using ATMs?
Okay, I have like ATMs near me, and when I found out that I had an ATM near me, I was kind of happy. Then I fucking, well, can I swear? Like, can I say, you know, fuck shit?
Yeah, sure, anything. It's uncensored now.
I fucking walk and I in front of the shop, because it's inside of a shop that is only like, the shop is only for the ATM, and I look inside, there are 3 cameras, and they probably would ask for documents, so fuck that.
So you can probably just put on the mask now and just go over, and then nobody gonna ask any questions.
Yeah, but they probably still gonna ask for documents, so like
And
as far as
it's also
even
small amounts. Small amounts only on ATMs. They have usually limits from a few hundred euro or dollar, and after that you also have to provide the KYC information on the ATMs. At least the ones I know in the countries I know them. So you can only buy like 200-300 euros or dollars there, KYC free, if you protect your face.
Yeah, even here in my city, there are a couple of ATMs here, and it's like up to like 50 euros, 200 euros, and then you need to submit your ID per day at least, if I know.
Limits.
Not really a solution, actually.
Yeah. Right. So I don't know. But yeah, basically they don't, from the Swiss exchange, they do not ask for information, so that's good. But I would like really prefer like buying it off someone physically, even though I mean that's more complicated, but
So how would your off-chain solution kind of fix this KYC problem?
Well, we would like to build it in a way like all the other online platforms from Airbnb to Uber are built, with building a reputation system where users can review each other, and this way you can have a profile just with a fantasy username. That's all you need, a fantasy username and a password. And this fantasy username, when he interacts with other users, he gets reviews, and these reviews will over the time give newbies a good picture about how trustworthy that user is. And I agree that meeting in meet space is always a risk, but if you look at platforms like where you can buy and sell, I don't know, furniture or clothes or whatever, people are meeting in meet space all the time for some little transactions. So I think it is possible, and if you consider that you can totally exclude any KYC, AML data and be really sure that nobody can ever find out who you are in the future, then I think it is worth the risk. And as I said initially, we will also try to educate users, you know, to not go to somebody with $10,000 in cash, but always, like in real business relations, you start with small amounts, and if everything works well, you can increase the amount. So I think it is possible. I do understand that there is many people do not like that, and it is a risk, but it's all about trade-offs in life, and I think it's worth doing it. That's just the one side. On the other hand, we also would like to help Bitcoin become more fungible by enabling and educating our users to do so-called off-chain trades. With off-chain trades, I mean exchanging Bitcoin bearer instruments like OpenTime or Tangem Cash, like specific hardware wallets that would not allow the other person to steal back the coins. So this is maybe a bit too early now, but it's something really interesting, because if you do that, you create holes in the blockchain because there is no transaction happening. You just give the Bitcoin bearer instrument from one person to the other, and I think that's the premium privacy class that you can achieve, because you're buying Bitcoin without ever doing a Bitcoin transaction. And what we want to do is we want to educate users and motivate them to go in this direction. We understand it's a very small niche that we are approaching now, but we hope that we can make these things easier in the future and get more people to use it, to help Bitcoin and its users.
Interesting, yeah. There are lots of projects that try to make Bitcoin more fungible, like Wasabi and Samurai also. But like,
well, yes, it's a different level.
Yeah, but even then at that part, the opinion quite differs.
Say again, please.
So like the opinion of people about this project also really differ quite bigly.
You're referring to the disagreement between the two projects?
Yeah, the dramas.
Yes, I think that's part of Bitcoin's culture. This let's call it toxicity, not just against shitcoiners, but also against competitors. This is, I think, part of our culture, and I also don't like it on the one side, but on the other side itself, it's pointing out mistakes of others. In this specific confrontation, I take clear sides on Wasabi, because I know them and I use them since years, not years, but since they first launched, and I know what they're good for, I know what they're capable for, I know what the shortcomings are, and in my opinion, the drama is morely made up from the other side in this specific case. But still, drama is not always negative, and you can always see positive things coming out of it, and improvement on both sides is possible. And I still think both projects are really interesting and valuable to the ecosystem, and I hope they will both improve and get better over time.
Interesting. Okay. Jackie, have you ever heard about the Paralpolis?
Yeah, but never looked into it too much. I want to go like physically, but limitations and all that.
Well, it's basically a freedom conference, basically, that uses Bitcoin as a tool in order to achieve its goals. And lots of interesting people go there. Lots of Bitcoiners and shitcoiners also, and then people who don't even do much with Bitcoin. And the current theme for this year is called as Digital Totality, which is supposed to cover the fact that the governments are now encroaching on our rights and freedoms and how we can fight against it. You guys probably already experienced some of these Orwellian stuff already happening, like COVID tracking bullshit on your mobile phones, and governments forcing you to stay at home, or in some countries, like here in Hungary, I couldn't leave, go to Prague, because Viktor Orban decided, oh, no, you're not going anymore. Yeah. And then I just got stuck here. How are you guys living through this period?
The government here, not going to dox myself, but the government here is pushing this stupid-ass app that basically you download in your phone and basically tracks everyone you met that has the app downloaded. And
can you move a bit more closer to your mic?
Oh yeah, wait, let me. Okay, so basically they've been pushing this stupid ass app that you download in your phone, and basically when you download it and you someone that you met that has the same application installed says that he is infected, basically you receive like obligation to get yourself checked up, and yeah, and I believe they're even tracking us without this app. But
I mean, Google in general tracks your ass, and even Apple. So, like, if you own an Apple or Google device, you're by default tracked 24/7, even when you're on the toilet.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Apple gives a little bit more control. I mean, they're definitely good.
Yeah, they say.
They say they're very privacy focused, and like if you have a settings like in your settings on your iPhone on the new iOS, you get to decide what apps you allow to track you and different privacy settings. I have no doubt that they're better than Google, but they're not as like awesome as like graphene or something like that, you know?
Dude, just by the fact that they say it, like, I mean, they're probably tracking you. It doesn't matter if they're doing it better than others, but I mean, I don't trust them. I wouldn't.
How about you, Obi Huddle? What's your name actually? What can I call you? When I totally lost that.
Obi Huddle is perfect. I love it. It's for option
Okay.
bitcoins and Bob Huddle. Well, to be honest, I thought a lot about it, of course, like all of us probably, but I don't really believe. I mean, of course, I believe that Corona exists, but I don't think it's more dangerous than a aggressive flu. Let's put it that way. And I think it's like a honey trap for governments to abuse this kind of power that they get with this kind of crisis. And it's in the interest to, let's say, make it look more extreme and more dangerous to concentrate power. This is what governments always do, and that's what we are seeing at the moment. And well, I think it's like how to say that it comes in waves, you know, like the economy goes up and down. It's the same with the power, with the concentration of power in governments, and unfortunately, it always has to get worse before it can get better. But yeah, I mean, it's, sorry.
You want to know something about Corona? So I know this because my mom works in hospital, and I mean, yeah, it's real, but it's not as it's portrayed.
Yeah, so I
so
could
the
speak.
thing is that, in my opinion, especially one government, the United States, and other governments had something they would like. They wanted to, you know, push under the rug to hide, and they didn't have like an opportunity. But then when Corona came up, they found the best opportunity to hide their fucking dirty laundry. So what they did is that they fucking pushed this pandemic as if it was like a super dangerous disease, and just so people would be distracted and wouldn't focus on the government hiding their shit. And I mean, that's what you saw when the US government basically started printing a lot of money. They said it was for Corona. They were doing it.
Oops. Okay.
Yeah,
so like
so-
you know, if you take a look at, for example, the situation in Hungary, there barely anybody under 30 died. Nobody. We look at the statistics from the government; they don't even include it on it probably. So like it's everything just on average above 60 who are dying, who are more
It's
endangered against it.
Also, the statistics are only about cases and not about death tolls anymore since months.
Yeah, obviously.
So, and the people are dying 80% with pre-existing conditions over 70 years old in most countries. So these people would, this sounds hard, but these people would probably die anyway, because if you have cancer, the cancer doesn't kill you, the lung infection does, because your immune system is too strong. And those people dying today on this kind of problems, they are called COVID deaths. But this is not, they would have died anyway, you know, like with 90+% likelihood. So, but that's something that governments have to abuse. This is just in there. You know, to be honest, I don't believe in this worldwide conspiracy. Politicians are not as smart as we think they are. They are quite simple people, and they just got this opportunity and they abuse it. That's it. But it's not that's actually, they abuse it to get more power, to centralize power, get more surveillance instruments, get the apps on the phone to monitor everybody, put people in their homes. That's you know, the simplest explanations are mostly the true ones. And I don't believe in this big conspiracy. I just think it's an opportunity that was presented to them, and they jumped on it.
Which big conspiracy?
Yeah, so I can tell you from my own experience, I got COVID, and so did my girlfriend, and so my girlfriend's parents, right? I tested positive for
Courtney
COVID.
did have it too, also, as far as I know, or not. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't him. Sorry.
I got the symptoms, I got the whatever. Dude, it lasted 2 days. It was really weird because your body kind of hurt and you got a small fever and a headache, and then it went away. And then like in 5 days, you were totally fine. And my girlfriend's parents got it too. And my girlfriend's dad is 63 and my girlfriend's mom is in her 50s. We all survived. It wasn't a big deal. Was it worth shutting down the whole economy? No. But from the American perspective, it was like the worst possible year for this to happen. First of all, because the Democrats, aka the New Socialist Party of America, you know, like they've been trying to impeach Donald Trump since he got elected in 2016. They're freaking the fuck out, right? They've done everything in their fucking power to, you know, get this guy out of office. And it happened, like this whole COVID thing happened on election year. So it just became this political fucking, you know, like, party, like, you know, the media, social media, you know, half the country wears masks, half the country doesn't wear masks. The part of the country that wears masks are the Democratic Party, which I consider they're social. Half the party socialist, communist, and the other party is like trying to hide, like they're still, you know, what the old Democratic Party was, but they're okay with the Socialist Party because they want to get elected, right? So it's really messed up, man. And then you have a lot of people that got disenfranchised, like myself, and a lot of people my age, man, that, you know, we voted for Barack Obama. We had a lot of it in common. We didn't have a lot in common with Republicans. And then all of a sudden, you know, the Obama Democratic Party just became communist. They became socialists, like, and they're talking about like these socialist principles and whatever. And like, a lot of Americans don't resonate with that, myself included. Like, I originally come from Venezuela, which I saw first-handedly get destroyed by socialism. So I totally agree with what Obi Hodl is saying. Like, it just became weaponized by politicians for sure.
It's kind of nuts. Like the timing for it, how the politics is kind of like doing that in America is like it's like a carefully planned pandemic almost. What I would say in order to, you know, bring down Donald Trump. In essence, wouldn't you say that?
So I come from the perspective that I think that China was very nefarious here, and I think that it wouldn't be so crazy to think, because they are a communist country, because they've killed the government has killed millions of their people before. It's not too crazy to think that China was like, okay, if we kill 40,000 of our Chinese people and we completely, you know, destroy the U.S. economy and potentially kill the U.S. president, like, that would be a pretty good fucking deal, you know, and potentially get this guy, you know, like unelected, and get, you know, the Joe Biden, which is, look, there's something that you can't deny, right? Is that the new Democratic Party, like the AOCs, the Bernie Sanders that are getting a lot of attention nowadays in the United States, they're straight up socialists, man. They're communists, like they're socialist people, right? And what's really messed up and what's really fucked up, and this is exactly why you don't want to vote for someone like Joe Biden, right, is that they're willing to lie to you and to tell you like, yeah, I agree with you, but they don't really agree with the socialists. They're just as capitalistic as the Republicans, but they're willing to put up with that to get into power, to get elected. You know what I mean? And like, that's the exact opposite type of person you want in power. And like Donald Trump, like, dude, I'm not a fan of how he talks. I don't think he's presidential, but I'll tell you one thing. Everything that he said so far that he was going to do, he's pretty much told the truth on, right? Does he have good rhetoric? Does he have good rhetoric? No. Does he like talk like Obama did? No. But is he more honest than Obama? Yes. Is he more peaceful than Obama? Yes. Obama bombed more people than George W. Bush, and people think that Obama was this peace guy.
The best president ever.
Crazy, you know. And then Trump like brought peace to the Middle East, and the Democrats have been saying for I don't know how many years that if you don't give the Palestinians what they want, you know, there won't be peace, which that just was a lie. It was just proven wrong by Trump, you know. So it's like you have Trump that completely destroyed the Republican establishment, like the George W. Bushes, and then you have the Democratic establishment, like the Hillary Clintons, the Obamas, struggling for dear life. And then you have this new wave of Democratic Party that are the socialists that I feel like are going to take over the party eventually. And then you're going to see the old Democratic parties like myself and a lot of people my age shift to the new Republican Party, which I would call Trump's party, man. Like the establishment Republican Party, like, I think that's gone. I think it's gone. I don't think it's going to last, you know, a couple more years.
Optimist, you there? What's your take on this?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Hey, man. If you see Nick around, just get him on already. Get everybody on. I don't care.
Okay, yeah, I'll shoot him a message. I would kind of agree with Nico. I'm roughly the same age as Nico, and the only time I ever voted was also for Obama. You know, I fell for the like, we are change. We're gonna change this stuff. And I resonated with that when I was younger, and it seemed like things actually were going to change at the time. You know, I was definitely naive in regards to politics and fell for the, I guess, presidential propaganda or whatever you want to call it. And I look at what's going on today in politics, and to see the Democrats essentially come out and back, like Antifa and like communism and socialism, it's pretty frightening. And so I've definitely became more like conservative or more Republican or what have you, even though I'd probably consider myself more libertarian than anything. But yeah, it's pretty crazy how fast and how easily America is willing to fall for socialism and communism. Like I joke with my friends, and I was like, it only took 2 months and $1,200 for America to become socialist. And so it was kind of, like, it seems nefarious, and it seems like there's some kind of backroom agenda going on to turn America, the last bastion for freedom, into a communist nation. But I do believe, like Nico said, that a lot of younger people, they may not fully get there yet, but I do believe that, we're becoming more of a conservative nation. We're America. We believe in freedom. We believe in working for what you have, like bootstrap yourself, come to America, achieve the American dream. And so I'm definitely leaning towards, like, man, let's get a little more capitalism in America, and everything will work itself out. But I also have a lot of lazy people around me, and they're just like, man, just give me a free lunch and everything will be okay. So there's definitely an ideological war going on over here.
But don't you guys think that we are just discussing on a meta level? Because basically, if you call it communism, fascism, left, right, whatever, this is basically every government historically, globally, had the same outcome at the end. It's doing things that are not good for most people at the end. And if you're fighting about if communism is bad or democracy or whatever, it's basically the end result was globally over the last hundreds of years the same almost everywhere. No matter if it was in whatever country in the world you name, and whatever governments they had, you will find that they had at the end the same problems. They started killing people, started wars, started doing things that most people would not agree with. So what I think would be interesting, if we vote to defund governments and vote by buying Bitcoin, this is something interesting, because most wars today are only possible because governments have this immense power of printing money and collecting money through taxes and inflations. And I think if we would change that, that could be a real global game changer without talking about all this meter levels that you were discussing. Now, I mean, it sounds maybe a bit crazy, but I think there is more to it than one would think.
It's not crazy. It's absolutely not crazy if you think about it. Like, inflation is basically used as a tool to control the society.
Yeah,
but
inflation is
steer this tiny bit.
Jump in real quick.
Okay, hold on. Nico, Optimist, can you guys introduce yourselves? Because I don't think the dear listeners know who you are.
Yeah, Optimist, you want to go first?
All right, sure. What's up, world? What's up, HCPP? I'm Optimus Fields at My Living Truth on Twitter, and I am one half of BTC Kindergarten. It's a live radio call-in show where we try to red pill, orange pill Bitcoiners, and we do it every Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So yeah, if you guys want to come out and hang out, and we'll be there.
What's up, guys? My name is Nico. I'm Nico, aka Bitvault7 on Twitter. I host the Simply Bitcoin show, a 10-minute daily recap show with my buddy Coin Icarus. I think he's going to be here in a little bit. And I also run the bitvault.com website. We host Bitcoin miners for a pretty good rate, and we also do a podcast, and I think I've had a couple of you guys on there already, so I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
It's fun having you guys here also. Okay, so let's get back on the topic. So basically, what we can see right now is kind of like a manifestation of what was basically already predicted probably in the sovereign individual. Like, as how social benefits keep expanding and UBI start coming in, the more people become under the control of government. So like, and now how this panic started to unravel in the world because of this non-virus thing that is not really bad than the fucking influenza or something. But beyond that, the whole point is that, people are now, the markets are reacting in a panic, and then governments, try to steer society in a way that they bring it under control. because they see that there is now instability, and they need to somehow control it. So what do they reach for? They start closing down the borders. They start introducing social distancing measures, controlling people's lives. And what Sweden did? Nothing. So what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's two components to your question, right? There's like the long-term, like eventual, like what's going to happen, right? Which I
Yeah.
think that Bitcoin is so powerful that I completely agree with what you guys are with Obi Hodl and Kyra, what you guys are saying. I completely agree, because I don't think there's another avenue. I think that once people start to see that, I think Michael Saylor said it, that, you know, the CEO of MicroStrategy that just bought $500 million of Bitcoin, roughly, he said it best. He's like, you know, fiat is very depressing and Bitcoin is very optimistic. And I think that once people figure out, you know, self-sovereignty is real, you know, once you're going to be able to run a full node on your phone, which I think is inevitable, right? And you really become your phone becomes not only a bank, but you become the CEO of a bank. I think that it's going to fundamentally change the role of government. Absolutely, I absolutely agree with that statement. I think it's going to be a really rough patch to get there. I think that the government, because like you just look at it historically, right? What did the internet do to the music industry, right? You know, when LimeWire first started, the record companies freaked the chicken. They flipped out. What did the internet do to the long distance market? They flipped out too. And then companies ended up becoming internet companies, but the internet disrupts everything, okay? And it's killed everything in its path, no matter how strong that industry and no matter how hard they bound together. So I think it's inevitable to think that the internet is going to kill centralized money, okay? But the only difference between those industries and the internet and finance, right, traditional finance, is that traditional finance is a behemoth, bro. It's like the last level boss in the video game, you know? And it's so entangled with governments, which is what I think Obi Hodl was talking about.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I think short term, a really good example of what's happened in America precisely, you know, 'cause that's where I'm living at right now, is how much, you know, Donald Trump destroyed what we would call the deep state and the establishment state, right? And that's why you've been seeing so much resistance from the left, right? Because the deep state is making a deal with the socialists to do whatever in their power to get this guy out of government. They've tried to stage a coup with the Russiagate that happened for 3 years. Then they try to impeach him for some BS. And then they've been trying to do everything in their power to get this guy out of office, right? And that's a really good representation of what happens when the government gets too big, right? And it's very scary, man. It's very scary. So I think short term, I think, you know, talking about what Obi Hodl was talking about, the nuances, the stupid little nuances. I think that we're focusing on that. I think that it's you know, for the immediate future and for where we're gonna get at immediately, you know, I think that making the choice between basically a communist or a guy that's controlled by a communist and, you know, a guy that actually believes in capitalism, which is super pro Bitcoin, right? I think that that's the immediate decision. I think that I completely agree that I think in the long term, I think that Bitcoin is going to greatly reduce the role of government because of how it's designed, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right. And just let me add to that. You have to know that governments will not let that happen peacefully. And for Bitcoin to be ready to be this powerful tool of freedom, the most important topic over the next years is privacy. Privacy is extremely undervalued because Bitcoin has the ability to be both public and private, and that's extremely valuable because if you imagine an NGO or a government who would use Bitcoin funds can do that totally transparent and publicly, but the private person who wants to do private shopping or donations to whatever institutions can do it privately. And to make the user experience for everybody as easy as possible to do this, to selectively reveal your financial transactions to the world or keep them for yourself is one of the very important things. And it's not just about on-chain privacy with all these coin chain projects that are going on and also Lightning as a second layer. It's also about buying Bitcoin in the first place, non-KYC, because as we see now with all these requests from different tax authorities globally, I think the UK just requested everything from Coinbase very recently, and we will see that happening more and more. And the local governments will impose sanctions and punishments on people dealing with this kind of let's call it freedom weapon, because governments will start realizing that this can undermine their authority, their power, and also their income stream, and they don't like that at all. So that's why I would like to focus on this area in Bitcoin that I personally love also a lot. It's very important to help people be able to use Bitcoin in a private way, buy it in a private way, and also use it in a private way. And that's one of the most important topics for the next few years, I think.
Absolutely. And I don't know if you noticed, and I want to get Optimus's perspective on this.
Did we just
so
have
recently,
Coiny join the chat? Hey, Coiny. Sorry to interrupt. Coiny, are you there? You want to unmute yourself. Okay, I don't think he's here. Feel free to continue.
yeah, so I want to get Optimus's perspective on this. So the IRS just awarded Chain Analysis LLC, which is one of the biggest chain analysis companies, right? They don't even have a Twitter because they know how much, flack they're going to get. Basically just got awarded a more than $500,000 contract to kind of, develop a way to track Lightning payments. So that kind of just reinforces what Obi Hold was saying about the UK and requesting, tax documents. I think this is just the beginning of the battle.
Yeah, you're right. We're at the beginning, and the privacy wars will be hugely important for the future success, or for the time it will take for Bitcoin to be hugely successful. It's extremely important. That's why I personally think these privacy projects in the Bitcoin space are vastly undervalued, in my opinion. This is what many smart people and coders and Bitcoiners should focus on in the next years, to build the weapons and the tools that people need to be able to use Bitcoin with anybody else knowing it, and with anybody else being able to prove that they do, with plausible deniability and with real fungibility and anonymity for the end user. And that's quite it is possible today, but it's still difficult. You have to learn a lot. You have to understand the UTXO model. You have to understand how transactions work, what exchanges, what tools there are, what Wasabi is, what CoinMarket is, what Samurai is. But it is possible, but not for the average Joe, for sure not. So it's a far way that we have to go, and I think it's very important to push this so that everybody is easy to download the wallet on his iPhone or Android phone and be able to buy Bitcoin anonym and also use it anonym if he likes, if he prefers to do that.
Yeah,
it's
the UX is
definitely
not there
important.
yet. That's the whole problem. But I think
Yes,
we're gonna
it is.
get there for sure. I think Coiny just managed to unfuck his microphone. Coiny, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, move closer to your microphone, man.
Can you hear me okay?
A bit more.
A little bit better?
More.
If I get any closer, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
this
be
is
in the
perfect.
microphone.
Okay. Okay, now introduce yourself, Coiny.
Oh, hey. Well, I'm a Bitcoin plebe, Coin Icarus. I do the Fun with Bitcoin podcast, and I also do a YouTube channel with fellow Bitcoiner Bitvolt7, Nico, called Simply Bitcoin. So, man, thank you so much for having me on this on the Hacker Congress. This is cool stuff.
No problem, man. They're actually ending soon over there, I think in a couple hours, but this is the last 2 hours of ours, so we need to use it to its fullest potential. Yeah, I mean, like, I totally just felt like, yeah, we need the last 2 hours, why not? We're just gonna make something really great here, memorable. It's like, why not?
No, I like it a lot.
Yeah, okay, so welcome. Okay, so let me just steer this topic a bit. I've been kind of thinking about talking a bit about the plebs, and I'm not really sure Obi Huddle knows much about it.
I didn't. The audio was bad. Can you repeat, please?
You know about the plebs, right, Obi Huddle?
About the what?
Plebs, the Bitcoin plebs.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, what do you think about them?
Well, plebs as meaning for beginners, you mean, or?
Not really. Can you guys educate him?
Yeah,
Yes,
first of all,
please.
it's Gibbs, but I mean,
Okay, all right. Okay, so basically, Bitcoin Plebs is somebody who hates influencers and doesn't follow other people's lead in the Bitcoin space, and they make fun of of carnivores. So that's why they call themselves Taco Plebs. So
I mean,
just go through this thing here.
I would just consider a Bitcoin pleb, a taco carnivore Bitcoin pleb, just like your average everyday Bitcoiner, you know, a Bitcoin maximalist, believes in Bitcoin and is willing to ride for Bitcoin, is for all intents and purposes probably all in on Bitcoin, believes Bitcoin's the future, and just doesn't dabble in shitcoinery, and has a high moral fortitude for Bitcoin and what it brings and what it possibly brings to our future society. So I think we're just a bunch of like real Bitcoiners. You know, there's no agenda to what we're doing besides pushing Bitcoin as best as we can, and then we just stack sats, buy Bitcoin as much as possible, and then try to spread the sound money gospel to anyone who will hear it. And sometimes we come across as assholes, and we're just having fun out there and enjoying ourselves as we watch hyper Bitcoinization come to fruition.
Yeah, this is what Frank Brown was referring to as the echo chambers of mimetic warfare.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of meme warfare going on.
Yeah, like he had this suggestion. Okay, I need your take on this, guys. Frank Brown actually said that plebs should consider going over more often to the Ether side or Monero side to talk with them in order to get their perspectives on things. What do you guys think about that?
I think eventually all roads lead to Bitcoin. It's just a matter of time or denial. Like if you kind of stay in denial, but eventually you're going to see what makes Bitcoin so unique. And it's not even close, right? So, you could be, the most hardcore Ethereum developer, and you could, be the most privacy. And, I like the privacy aspect of Monero. I think it's really cool what they're doing over there. But if you compare the at the end of the day, if you compare the chain security, Bitcoin chain security versus the Monero chain security, it's not even close, right? So what the value proposition, like what gives Bitcoin value, is its chain security, right? So it's not even a competition. So I think that anybody with an open mind, and anybody that's not in denial, or anybody that doesn't have a huge stake in any of those shit coins, I think eventually you're going to end up in Bitcoin. I think it's inevitable. I think that a lot of noobs get initially attracted to, the 100x gains and all that shit, but a lot of them are the 99% of them are going to get wrecked. I would say 99.99999% are going to get wrecked. So I think eventually everybody ends up in Bitcoin.
Greed eats brain sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, but I mean, man, I think I've had a really awesome privilege to talk to a lot of Bitcoiners on my podcast, and I'm so grateful for that. And one thing I've noticed is that a lot of plebs, a lot of us, we initially dabble in shit coins, and if you're humble enough to admit that, and from my experience, I would say the majority of us, we started in shitcoinery, and the majority of us ended up in Bitcoin. I mean, the ones that I've talked to, the ones that I'm friends with, we all end up in Bitcoin. We all reach that singularity, that like we come to this realization that Bitcoin is so unique, right?
Coiny, what do you think about shitcoiners? Did he just quit? Okay, Optimus, what about you?
Yeah. There's Nick's in. Say what's up, Nick.
Yo, what's up, everyone?
Introduce yourself.
Hey, Nick, introduce yourself. Hell yeah.
I'm Nick. I work at Bitcoin Magazine, as well as I'm a co-host with Optimist on Bitcoin Kindergarten. Not too much to say, just a humble sat stacker.
Cool. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
But yeah, Caro, well, I kind of have a question. What did Frank mean by that we should go talk to the Monero and Ethereum guys? Like,
what he was saying was
Like
that
we should meme them, or we should
that
learn from them.
we are way too toxic and we are scaring people away from developing Bitcoin and things like that, and we are destroying the space. That's what I was taking off of it, which I don't think that he's even a cent right there. But like, it just kind of weird, like, why would he even suggest that when our side is always right, in a sense that if we would go to an Ether side and hear their things, what they are going through, and they would agree with our observations, so why would we have to, talk to them at all?
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of with you, Caro. I personally love the quote unquote toxicity. I don't think I would have become a Bitcoiner if it wasn't for, toxic or quote unquote toxic assholes on Twitter, because there's there's power to speaking the truth. So you don't have to like babysit someone. You don't have to flinch when you speak the truth. And to me, there is a lot of truth in monetary economics, and that the best money will win. And if we're, all cryptocurrencies, quote unquote, then we are all trying to become money. And so while I do believe that we need to improve the privacy aspects of Bitcoin, like Obi was saying, we need to make it far easier or more like a generalized protocol.
Private. Something like that, right? Private, would you say?
I think fundamentally we come from different like economic perspectives, and a lot of people that believe in multi-coinery, they don't understand the monetary history of money. And so, we're in the game to create better money, and so we need to hold on to the best money. And maybe it comes off as toxic, but like, just don't fuck with my money. Like, you're fucking with my money is my livelihood, and you're stealing my wealth from me. And so maybe we are in an echo chamber, but I don't really think it's too bad of an issue. It's like people will join the conversation when they need to, and you could have other conversations.
Can I chime in
Courtney,
on
what do you think about this? Who was talking?
Me.
Nick.
I just wanted to say, like, I hate the argument that, oh, Bitcoin maxis, they're so toxic, they're so close-minded, like, Bitcoin fixed my problem. The only problem I had was that the money was broken, fiat money was stealing from me, it was a corrupt system that takes advantage of me. I found the solution to that problem. It's the best solution. And I'm not interested in anything else. Like, I really don't care. Like, with my free time, I want to do stuff outside of Bitcoin that I enjoy, It's kind of like, the way I see it is like, if you have a favorite sports team and then people criticize you for not wanting to understand every single team in the league and every single player right down to the last detail, we don't have time for that. We want to do other stuff. Like, Bitcoin is the perfect solution for us. It's the best solution. And we don't give a shit about anything else because it's just not interesting to us. It doesn't provide us any value.
If I can add to that, I would like to say that I think it is even necessary to be toxic because there are many scammers and bad actors in the space with big influence, with good reach, with good reputation, and they try to scam noobs. That's basically the game. I mean, when complexity meets money, there will always be scammers. And if nobody is calling that shit out, then many more will fall for that shit. So in my experience, what we call toxicity is mostly experienced users, Bitcoiners, protecting noobs from shit coins that are just shit at the end and will make them lose 99% of their money. So basically, it's a good thing. At the end, it's just if you are the one getting shit because you're doing something that you think is smart, but it isn't because other people who are more experienced tell you that it's bullshit, then you get angry on them. But at the end, most of the cases I know, it turned out that those people were grateful at the end, that they got warned or diverted from some things that actually turned out to be scams at the end. And scams
well, I think it's
not...
our lucky day today because we're going to have somebody coming in 5 minutes on our show who will clarify us what is DeFi.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, so I mean...
Hey, but preach, Obi. Like, I agree with you. But continue, Nico.
Do we get
Yeah,
to
so-
bully? Do we get to bully a shitcoiner?
It looks like it. Yo, so what I was gonna say is I was just gonna add to what the beautiful description that you guys were putting on. It's, man, toxicity, like, there's without a doubt, it just saves you money. Okay, it just saves you money and time, which are the most precious assets in the world. I mean, you could say health is one of them, but toxicity. I mean, you could say that toxicity helps your health. You could make that argument, but I mean, it's undoubtedly that Bitcoin toxicity saves you money and time, and why wouldn't you want to save those things, right? So, F that guy. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and that's pretty clear.
Interesting. Very interesting. Quite the toxic view on it, though. Yeah. I usually consider myself the more, how would I say, the tolerant maximalist, because, I just kind of let them speak, and then, I just kind of in my head, I kind of like, judge them.
Dude, you burn Litecoin hats, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just, spew fire on it, and it kind of went kaboom, and it didn't revive in the ashes. But it was called as the Phoenix then, so...
Can I ask you something? So a DeFi guy is coming in to a snake pit, basically.
I think I have to leave.
Now, Obrihado, you can stay. I mean, I don't mind. Our segment is kind of over.
I was kidding.
I'm totally fine with you guys staying. But we're gonna be talking a bit more about DeFi, how he views it, what is his experiences, and then I'm just gonna let you guys go wherever you guys wanna take this conversation. Try and steer it a bit as a moderator.
Oh my God.
So like
with DeFi you mean Bitcoin, no?
How do you mean?
DeFi you mean Bitcoin, no?
No. It's DeFi means ether. So in that sense, like sushis, all kinds of food, junk products, and scams from A to B, X, Y, Z.
It's not gonna end well, bro.
That segment could end in like 3 seconds. We just say it's shit, and it's over.
We can see. Let's see when Tobias DeFi Kaiser are gonna come on. So we can have a little conversation with him.
Little disclaimer: I don't know shit about DeFi because, again, I really don't care about it, and none of it's interesting to me, and it's all scams. So I've stayed away from it.
Oh, that guy started following me. Okay, let's see if I
as well.
Like 10 seconds.
He's in the chat, so he can introduce himself and start if he's listening.
Okay, let's get the snake pit started. Well,
hey man, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good. What about you?
You didn't join us in the studio, did you? We were downstairs a few minutes ago.
Yes, I've tried to join from the studio, but unfortunately it says
it didn't work for Max?
that the audio is broken.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's fine. It's nice to have you, man.
Okay, nice to be on board.
So tell the listeners about yourself a little bit. What is your background? What do you do? And what is your expertise?
I'm writing for Be in Crypto Germany, where I have a column called The Daily DeFi, but it's DeFi Daily, right? And I mainly
Is this like a cryptocurrency magazine? Sorry.
Yes, it's an international cryptocurrency magazine with lots of smaller groups in different countries and different languages. So actually our Spanish and Russian groups are, I think, even get even more clicks than the English ones. So we're really localizing.
Okay. So what else experience do you have?
My core focus in the crypto space is on tokenomics and decentralized business models. And academically, I have a background that combines computer science, cognitive science, and economics. So it's I'm really.
What does tokenomics actually cover? Is there any factuality behind that thing?
Well, it depends on how you ask, but as I see it, tokenomics entails all the inner workings, inner details of cryptocurrency projects or blockchain-related projects when they decide to bring out their own token.
So like, would you say like, for example, there was like in 2016 or something, there was this company called 10x that created its pay token. Would you say that something like that was a success?
Didn't it just die?
Yeah, it kind of died. That was it.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind. So when it died, it wasn't a success really. So
Because it was kind of like a quasi security, and they were like trying to scam people into it. Because I remember I put $20 into that shitcoin, and it kind of went down to zero.
yeah, of course. I mean, whenever you buy any cryptocurrency, you should have a sense of what the currency does. With Bitcoin, it's basically easy. It's digital gold. But when you look to DeFi tokens specifically, they're usually governance tokens. They're meant for voting on proposals for these projects.
So what about sushi? Have you ever used sushi?
No, I've written about sushi, and
what do you think about it? Like the whole thing behind it, like the guy who created it was basically just stepped up with the money from it. What's your opinion about that?
Well, the whole sushi incident showed us the how much the current DeFi landscape is connected to the ICO hype of 2017. So we have the same fallacies that investors make. I mean, they don't really know what a token does. They invest in projects that have anonymous founders. And specifically about sushi, the founder basically served us the content of his character on a silver plate by saying, hey, look, we're going to steal liquidity from Uniswap, and you'll be rewarded for helping me steal the liquidity from Uniswap. And so it was really no wonder that in the end he left off with the money.
So, I mean, isn't that, Tobias, and perhaps you can give me like a technical answer to this, like, isn't that like the whole problem with DeFi, the way that I see it is that at the end of the day, the person that basically codes the smart contract, right, has a tremendous amount of power, right? And not that many people have the technical capability, right, a very select few to actually audit that smart contract. So like in terms of decentralization, right, DeFi, decentralized finance, I don't really see it as decentralized finance. I see as it's very centralized finance because it's centralized on the smart contract, right? And if you look at the sushi protocol, whatever you want to call that, right? You know, that was a failure, right? You know, the founder, the creator, you know, just kind of ran away with the money, and that's what you see, you know. So that's the problem. That's the issue that I have with it. Perhaps you can give me like a technical response to that.
Yeah, but if this is your opinion, then what, in your opinion, is decentralized? Because not many people can understand the source code of Bitcoin and the various wallets and various clients for Bitcoin. So
that's not really opinion; it's fact.
Yeah, I mean, I can go into the technical aspects of why Bitcoin is decentralized. I mean, we can have that conversation if you want, but I mean, there's many components, right? There's layers to decentralization, right? How deep are you in the rabbit hole? You know, like initially, if you download an exchange app like the Cash App, for example, and you keep Bitcoin there, yeah, that's not decentralized. You're absolutely true. But if you're at the end of the rabbit hole and you're running Electrum or you're running Wasabi and you're using your own node, right? Like, you know exactly what you're doing. You know that you have possession. And if you really want to, be tinfoil hat, you just download Bitcoin Core, you know, and you just have your Bitcoin on there, man. It's very easy to do. And the problem that I have with DeFi, man, is that it's extremely centralized, right? And also, not only that, it's based on a weaker chain, right? It's based on Ethereum, which is undoubtedly a weaker chain than Bitcoin, and to the magnitudes of 1,000% or so, right? That's undebatable, right? So and the scaling solution. I'm not trying to, again, man. I just want a technical answer to this, because from my experience, like, you know, I've had this crypto group that I've been in since 2017. I ended up getting kicked out for Bitcoin toxicity, whatever you want to call it. And you know, and I asked a buddy of mine, and he's an Ethereum developer, right? And I asked him, I was like, dude, you know, talk to me about DeFi. You know, I kind of want to know, And, you know, and he couldn't give me a good answer. So I was just wondering, like, how does DeFi solve that smart contract problem, right? Because I see it as unsolvable at the moment.
Well, it doesn't.
No, I would say DeFi will solve the problem just as Bitcoin solved the problem. I mean, unless you can read the source code, you don't know, you cannot be absolutely sure that you truly own your Bitcoins when you don't understand Bitcoin on a code level. But
that's
the
not
way
true,
DeFi,
though.
Yeah, that's very debatable.
That's not true, man.
That's like saying you don't really drive a car if you don't understand how the combustion engine works.
Man, if you
Like
generate
if I
your
know
private key,
verifies my Bitcoin in my wallet, then I know I own it. I don't have to know every single detail down
if you generate your private keys offline, okay, if you really want to be a hardcore Bitcoin, right? If you generate your private keys online using actual randomness, right? Not using a random number generator, you can go even more hardcore. You can use dice, right? And you really want to generate your private keys online, you're absolutely certain that Bitcoin is yours, 100%, right? Or 99, you can never be certain, but 99.99999%, right? With DeFi, right? The issue that has been happening time and time again, and again, this isn't to beat you up, but like, I just want a technical response to this. The issue that's been happening time and time again is that what happens? The smart contract creator ends up acting nefarious, right? And to this day, right, there hasn't been a successful DeFi project that I know, right? They've all the majority of them have ended up being scammed. So what is the point of it? It confuses, it looks like an ICO.
wouldn't you call MakerDAO? Wouldn't you call MakerDAO a successful DeFi project?
I didn't understand the question. What?
He said MakerDAO is a successful DeFi project.
Didn't they kind of lose all the money on Ether? Well, that's a failure.
Dude, I mean,
They didn't lose all of the money. They had some technical issues due to due to which some investors lost their money.
Yeah,
That's
Bitcoin
true.
doesn't have technical problems. But one thing, the point is that some last longer than others, but they'll eventually all fail. And right now, there is no objective proof that everyone will fail. There is only historical proof that everyone since now has failed, and it will keep happening. And another thing, like, you can check that you actually own Bitcoin by running a node, and as the other said, but you cannot like check if you actually own your, DeFi stuff or Ethereum. I mean, I'm not really into that technical aspect of Ethereum, but I know for sure that it's not easy to run a node on Ethereum. That's one thing.
The recent Qcoin hack was a good example where all these shitcoin and DeFi shitcoins just got invalidated by their founders. Did you know that? There was a huge hack where the hackers stole different kinds of tokens. They stole Bitcoin, Ethereum, and different kind of shitcoins and DeFi shitcoins. And the DeFi shitcoins that just got invalidated by their founders, that the thieves could not do anything with it. So this is totally the opposite of decentralization at all. But I just jumped in because I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to say thank you that I was allowed to be here. And we are launching offchainbitcoins.com soon. Please watch out for it. And in the meantime, please buy Bitcoin, avoid AML and KYC, and coin join the fuck out of your Bitcoins. Stay safe, everybody. Thank you very much.
Man. Thanks for
have a
coming.
good time. Bye-bye.
Later,
Thank
buddy.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just to kind of add to that, Obi Huddle, before you respond, like, look, he brought up a really good point. Like, if you look at the recent KuCoin hack with Tether and with UDC and Gemini, and a lot of people put their money in Tether. Tether just froze, like the assets that were stolen, right? That's literally the definition of not a, that's the definition of centralization, right? And like, that all comes down to the smart contract, right? Tether created the smart contract and people have to trust on that smart contract.
Yeah, but that's exactly the same as saying I'm going to create magical internet money, and people have to trust that they actually truly own this money with the technology they have.
But nobody's running a Ether node. How do they verify it? It's impossible to run an Ether node, but I can run at home on a small Raspberry Pi, a Bitcoin node, and I can verify it.
Yeah.
You
So
can
everybody,
run a node,
anybody,
you can
like,
run an
literally to
Ether
just
node
come
as
in
well.
here. What do you say? Sorry.
What stops you from running an Ether node?
I mean,
Too
Vitalik even said that he doesn't run an Ether node. So that's the creator of Ethereum. Again, bro, I'm not trying to bust your balls. I'm just asking you, like, I'm not trying to be an asshole and I'm not trying to whatever. I'm literally giving you the perspective of what Bitcoiners are saying. And perhaps like I'm very upfront about it. And perhaps that's why I said you're jumping into a snake pit. And I don't know why you agreed to do this. But again, like, you know, like I'm just voicing what our concerns are, you know, from the technical aspect, bro. Like why should I trust a smart contract if I know that if I run my own node and if I really like, you know, tinfoil hat Bitcoiner, you know, I run code from source, I do all of that stuff, I generate my private keys offline, I could be pretty sure that I own that Bitcoin. Why would I even take the risk of using DeFi?
Well, the thing is, DeFi, somehow stands the test of time, just as Bitcoin stood the test of time. Like right when Bitcoin started, there was only a core group of people who knew exactly how the system works. And over time, they got more into it from all types of people. Right now, we have, I think, 100 million Bitcoin users in the world. And honestly, how many of those do you think know exactly what exactly Bitcoin does, or what percentage of these people can explain to you what proof of work is?
Most of them.
Well, like
People that are into Bitcoin this early don't get in.
Here's the major. Sorry, Nick. Let me just answer his question real quick on a technical level, and then like you can go for it. I apologize, but so it's very simple. Bitcoin has something that all those other coins do not have. It had a virgin birth. When the creators created Bitcoin, they didn't realize it had value until years after. Every single DeFi creator, every shitcoin creator, till this day, they create their coin knowing that it has value. No other coin has been able to do that since Bitcoin. That's the answer to your initial question. The answer to your second question is you don't need to know. If you want to know, right, the deeper down the rabbit hole you want to go, you can get to the point where you can generate your private keys offline, right? And you don't need to have a master's in computer science. You could do that just by watching YouTube videos. You can't watch YouTube videos and honestly audit a smart contract. That's literally impossible, right? So like at the end of the day, it just puts a lot of power into the smart contract creator. And Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So
You're good. I was just gonna say, you know, there's only 100 million people, or roughly around that number, like you said, in the world who are into Bitcoin, and that's such a small number. And it's like, if you get into Bitcoin this early, it's not the same as getting in, you know, years down the line. Whereas years down the line, you don't have to know how Bitcoin works, you know, down to, you know, each line of code. But the people who get in now are intrigued by this. They're interested in this. They want to know how it learns. I would make a strong argument that there's not many people who just buy, hold, and, you know, don't want to learn any more about Bitcoin. I'd say that the majority of Bitcoiners know at least the basics of Bitcoin and could explain proof of work.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna jump in real quick. I don't get like why DeFi exists in the first place.
Same.
Like Bitcoin exists to unfuck the money and fix it, and that's you know, really straightforward point. Where it's not easy, but Bitcoin I'm sure solves that problem. I don't get, and it's like you have an objective and it's very clear, how Bitcoin does it. I don't get what DeFi like exists for and how like it works effectively, because from, as I said, from historical, you know, data, most if not all of the DeFi projects failed, and the ones that are still, you know, alive will eventually fail. So
Yeah, like one thing I just wanted to jump in on that before I forget is, like, you said Bitcoin stood the test of time and so did DeFi. No, that's kind of like a lie. Like I feel like a lot of altcoiners tell themselves just to like I know like Litecoiners say Litecoin's battle tested. It's been around for like 9 years. Blah blah blah. Like it has not been battle tested. Like you're just because a coin's been around a long time doesn't mean it's like stood the test of time like Bitcoin has. Bitcoin has gone through so much uncertainty, so much doubt. It went through, the fork wars of 2017, and that's actually that's what I actually call standing the test of time, because it's actually went through all this stuff and proven itself. And not only have we not seen a successful DeFi project actually pan out, but I just think that's very far-fetched to say that DeFi has stood the test of time.
I think I know why DeFi exists. So that Martin Tang can lose all of his money.
Well, okay. The thing is, when you're simply saying, okay, we have Bitcoin, we know it works, and that's all we need. That's somehow very pessimistic outlook on the state of decentralization. Because in order to actually replace the financial system, the fiat financial system, you have to make sure that it can also offer services like lending or insurance.
But centralized services already do that, actually, not?
Until someone
Sorry,
figures out, yeah, Kara, you want to go ahead? I'm sorry.
I mean, centralized services already provide that. Banks do perfect custodial services already, and they offer lending and how is this called? IOUs, basically.
Yeah,
so
okay,
that's
but
already an invention.
It's not
an invention.
decentralized.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it
don't
still
get it.
relies on a centralized custodian, on a bank of some sorts.
Okay, but
But banks are better at it.
Yeah, not
The
everything
point
needs to be decentralized. It's
Exactly.
literally just the money needs to be decentralized.
The money needs
Let
to be
Jackie
decentralized.
speak.
Problem with being centralized entities that lend you money. Like, I don't see why it's a problem to have a bank that lends you Bitcoin. The point is that the bank cannot print the money, not that it cannot lend it to you. Isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So Tobias, I first of all, I want to commend you for something. You got some big balls stepping in here. That's the first thing. Second thing is, bro, listen. So a more optimistic question, okay? Because who wants to be in here just get beat up for an hour? That's not fun. Okay. So look, very simple. Clearly, right now, the current state of DeFi is not it's not decentralized. Okay, that's very clear. Okay, you're replacing a bank with a smart contract developer, right? Which is why it's been disastrous. So where do you see the future heading where that changes? And do you think it's even actually possible? In my opinion, the answer is no. But again, I just kind of want to give you some, a more optimistic question again.
Well, I think a lot of current DeFi projects are going to fail because they are from their basis in tokenomics, in their business model, they are rotten to the core. But there will be some that provide valuable services. They will stand the test of time, and they will ultimately prevail, and hopefully offer more decentralized financial services like uncollateralized loans.
Okay, but how? Right? How do you solve the Oracle problem?
The Oracle problem. Well, that's actually a good question, because it still relies on a certain amount of centralization. So right now I haven't seen any. I have seen a decentralized Oracle for Augur. The problem is, in order for the Oracle to resolve an Augur, it takes at least 24 hours. So that's obviously impractical.
It's really slow.
I mean, so look, it just let's bring up the technicality a little bit. Bitcoin solved the fundamental problem, which is the two Byzantine problem, a two Byzantine general problem, right? You study computer science, so you know what this is, right? It was solved, right? So that's what allowed Bitcoin to kind of propagate the way it has been. The way that I see it, the reason that DeFi has not been able to succeed, right, is because it hasn't solved the fundamental problem of the Oracle problem. Without solving the Oracle problem, for anybody that doesn't know what the Oracle problem is that you realize, like, let's say you make a bet, right, decentralized bet, and you make a bet on the election of the presidential election, whether Donald Trump or Joe Biden's going to win, right? Someone or something still needs to determine the outcome of the bet. It still needs to tell the computer, look, Trump won or Joe Biden won, right? So until that problem is sufficiently solved in a decentralized manner, I don't see DeFi succeeding in its mission of decentralizing finance.
Well, yes and no. I think you're right in that you're saying it will not be fully decentralized, but it will still be a lot better than relying on a centralized custodian like Binance or KuCoin or something like that. So as you see, if you follow the news around Binance, this whole company is, I mean, I don't want to talk bad of Binance because I'm using it myself from time to time, but is this what you think decentralization should look like? That we're relying on a centralized company that already had numerous scandals in the past to handle our finances?
You
Do
just
you
got
think
out
this
there
is
for
the
a
end
second,
goal for
sorry.
crypto?
I think that Bitcoin solved the fundamental problem, which was the custody of money. And I think that because that problem is going to be solved, it's going to force the corrupt institutions around us to now compete for our business, right? Because they know that if we could just opt out of the system, right? We were talking about before you got on, Tobias, basically the United States eventually being, you know, eventually losing its privilege of being the world reserve status, right? And they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They don't know what to do, right? Because if you over-regulated a lot of people, like a lot of us in this group right now, we just opt out. We don't even go back into the dollar. We're psychopaths like that, right? So, you know, like, but that solves the problem. Now you have to convince me as a bank or as a loan operator, you have to convince me that my loan is going to be worthwhile. You need to convince me to give up my Bitcoin, right? So it's a much different mechanism there, because now it's like, not only do you store my money, you also provide me the loans, right? Which is why there's so much corruption, you know, in the current financial system, right? But I think that in the new financial system that's gonna pop up, and unless someone solves that you know, that computer science problem, I don't think that there necessarily needs to be a decentralization of loans and that stuff. I don't think that's required in my humble opinion. I think that what is required, what's necessary, is basically the decentralization of money, the ability for humans to have a peer-to-peer transaction. If I want to send Optimus, you know, enough money to buy a house right now, why do I have to do that through a bank? I could just pay him directly. Why does a bank need to take a percentage of that money? That's not fair, right? But if I want to get a loan, right, I'm going into a contract with somebody, like they're agreeing to give me that loan, you know, for certain reasons, right? Like, why does that have to be decentralized? You know, I'm confused about that.
Yeah, can I just say something to add to that? So you made an example with Binance that have really a like clean track record, and they already have been into some scandals, and I agree with that. But I don't see the solution to that problem being centralizing, like the entity that will replace Binance, because at that point, but first of all, if you keep like your money on a centralized and like platform with a centralized entity, you're like doing it wrong already, in my opinion. You have to minimize your dependence on those centralized entities. And at that point, it all comes down to reputation. If a company has a scandal, gets hacked, or something like this happen, you simply don't use it again. And if everyone stops using it, free market will replace that company, like competition will replace that company, and the company that replaces it will be incentivized to actually don't let the same thing that destroyed the other company happen again, so that they can keep their customers.
Well, okay. What exactly is your question right now?
What? Can you repeat it?
Is there a specific question? Because otherwise,
Yeah. So I don't see the benefits of centralizing it, because as I just told you my view on it, there is no need. Obviously, there are risks of interacting with a centralized entity, and there's no denying to that. But I don't think that decentralizing it would be the solution, you know? And why do you think it's the solution? Like, as even Nico said, like there is the computer science problem. And if you don't get around to that, it's not completely decentralized. So why don't we keep centralized entities this way that there are now?
well, because centralized entities, centralized middlemen always they always want to take they also always want to take a share of what you're handing out. So if you hand out your money to a bank and they hand it out again as a loan, they only give you a certain percentage of their interest rate back to you. So I think with DeFi we can by cutting out the middleman, we can make financial transactions more efficient, and that's, I think, how we ultimately get people to use crypto.
So you're saying that it's better for people to put their money into something that it's like constantly having people sweep the rug out from under them, like what's happened with like sushi and all these other food coins. The only thing for me is we don't need like these banks anymore, because everyone can be their own bank. Everyone can hold their own private keys. Everyone can, transact on their own with Bitcoin. It's just, again, it cycles back to that same problem. Is Bitcoin solves this, but it's like I think people are looking for other solutions and really reaching for other solutions that don't really need to be there.
Yeah, but I get Nick. I don't think I have to kind of agree with him, because if there is an actual way to achieve complete decentralization, that would be okay. But problem is that one, I don't think it's possible to achieve it, and the secondly, as I think Nico said before, like Bitcoin had a pure start. Like when Satoshi created Bitcoin, he did not I don't think Satoshi could have imagined what Bitcoin would have become in the future. So he created it out of not wanting to get rich. And the problem that I see with all these, DeFi coins and everything is that the creators make them just to make money themselves, and then cover them in some kind of, cover them with lies, telling that it's an actual legit project, where in the first place they don't actually believe in it, and they only intend to make money out of it. That's my problem. And so if all of these projects are created this way, they will always end up, pulling the rug.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, because
okay, I would agree with you that a lot of DeFi projects that are currently new to the scene and shooting up their tokens on decentralized exchanges or wherever. Yes, a lot of these are just in for the money, and a lot of these will ultimately pull an exit scam or something like that.
Just gambling, basically, that people are wanting. More gambling, more ways to have those sweet 10x bumps that they want to achieve. And then it's like a gamble before, like a gamble just to, you know.
Yeah, that's a problem that currently came up with the whole process of liquidity mining, and basically every DeFi platform needs to have a governance token. But if you look
Governance
at
token, Jesus Christ! It's like we having all these terms. It's like we fetishizing terms in order to, you know, make things appear legit while they are just a scam. There is no way of reasoning behind this. Like just thinking like maybe some majority of that. You know, when a majority of things are a scam, the minority of things that try to be around being legit fall into the same category of a scam.
Look, bro, genuinely, man, bro, you got, like I said before, you got, you know, bravo to you, bro, for stepping into this. You know, I commend you for that. And just to kind of be a little bit more, you know, I would say optimistic. What you're trying to say is right now DeFi doesn't work, but in the future you're optimistic that something's going to pop up that will, you know, kind of mend the problems that happen now. And this isn't like, I'm not trying to like, that's basically what I'm getting at from, you know, what you've been saying.
no, that's not quite what I'm saying. I say DeFi already works. And just let me ask the question. You said there is no single successful DeFi platform right now. What would it need for a DeFi platform to convince you otherwise? What features do it need what goals would it need to achieve?
Nothing, man. I get everything I need from Bitcoin. Like, I don't need to be convinced.
I mean, there's
I'm good in
Liquid already,
Bitcoin.
if you think about it, Nico. Liquid already has a couple features on it and is mostly running with Bitcoin, and you can have all the smart contracts on it. You don't need a shitcoin to run the whole protocol.
Dude, I don't know, dude. Look, when I make, you know, the most famous shitcoin of them all, the dollar, I put it right into Bitcoin, and I put most of my savings into Bitcoin, and I'm very happy with that. You know, if I need a loan, I guess if I was in that situation where I would need a loan, when you would say like, yeah, this is what you need a loan, I think that the most liquidity and the people that I would trust the most with that loan would be a bank, man. It'd be a bank. It would be a bank. You know, like that's the people that I would trust the most with the loan. Why? Because there's laws and regulations in place in the human world that would stop that bank from acting nefariously in that loan, right? But that's in the situation that I need a loan. I wouldn't trust a smart contract provider with a loan, you know, with over a $50,000 loan. That'd be crazy. That's like shooting yourself in the foot. Why would I do that? You know what I'm saying?
And I just hold on, Nico. I just want to add, because I agree with you 100%. And the only, like, I tried to understand a little bit of DeFi, and the one thing that really just made no sense to me is, like, if you needed a loan, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Tobias, but from what I heard on most of these platforms, if you need to make a loan, then you have to put up twice as much collateral into the liquidity pool to get that loan out. And so, like, if we're thinking about how to make finance decentralized for the average person, if a person needs a loan, they need that money. They're not going to have that money twice up front to get the loan. That's just like, it's backwards for how the majority of people think of loans, is they're going to get a loan and they're going to pay it off in time. And if they had the money, you know, if they had double the money up front, then why would they need the loan in the first place? And then furthermore, I heard
reasons, maybe.
Yeah,
so there comes
yeah,
in the problem with arbitration, is that, you know, if they don't accept the collateral, if they have this, you know, quote unquote, I've never seen uncollateralized loan on Ether, how they gonna enforce if somebody doesn't pay it back? That's why they want the double up front, because
So
they
what
don't
you
trust
just-
anybody.
So what all you
Yeah,
guys are
exactly.
describing, what Carl just described, what Optimus just described before I interrupted him, was the Oracle problem. That this is the fundamental problem with DeFi. Unless that
Agreed.
problem is solved, okay, I don't think that DeFi is an actual solution to a problem that, in my humble opinion, doesn't need fixing. I think that it could have given that impression that it needs fixing because power corrupts all, right? That's undebatable. And what happens is that the people that you're getting these loans from, right, are the same people that you have your money with, right? But what happens to that equation the moment that these aren't the same people that you have your money with, you have your money independently, and now you're going to these people for a loan, right? It kind of changes the power dynamic tremendously, and it makes them into looking for a customer versus being the guardian of your money. And also, that gives them a tremendous amount of power, right? Which is why I feel like the interest rates inevitably will go negative, how they've gone in most of the world, most of the Western world, except for the United States. But I think it's inevitable that in the United States, interest rates will go negative as well, right? And man, that is crazy, right? That's crazy. Like, think about it. Like, you're paying someone to store your money. That's insane. And I think that's the inevitable symptom of the traditional financial system. But I think that the loan aspect of the financial system, I think it works very well because it has a lot of checks, right? What's broken is the money. What's not broken is the other aspects of it, in my opinion, and my limited experience doing business and all that, right? So,
Hope you just cut out there, Nico. Can you repeat that?
No, I just said, whoa, there's a dog. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
There's a dog. My new dog.
Quinn, you're being
so
awfully quiet. Do you have anything to say about this DeFi shit?
Yeah, I actually, I was just letting you guys go, man. You're all ripping, but I do have a serious question. How is yield generated? Because, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I don't see any actual financial
Out of thin
activity
air?
with the exception of people, buying into this. So
Ponzi-nomics.
I don't understand how yield is actually generated.
Maybe it's easier to ask more than 10 about this question.
Yeah, but it could be either interest rates for loans. It could be.
But loans for what? Who's buying this? These tokens and then loaning them to who and for what? I don't. That's the problem, right?
It's like a Ponzi.
Yeah, it's mostly traders who want to get a loan on their position without actually exiting the position, without actually liquidating it.
Yeah, and
what does Sushi do?
And wait, correct me if I'm wrong. It's mostly traders that actually get loans to reinvest in the yielding aspect of a coin.
Yeah.
So they get they pump their.
So
their,
So just a solution for traders, basically. That's what you referred to, Jackie.
And as long as they're no, basically, that. I think that when you provide liquidity, you get an APY back, the yield. So what you do is you get a loan, like a big ass loan, and then you just put it back in to yield it, and you get more money out of it. And as long as the APY is higher than what you actually pay for the loan, you're good. And I think that's like what most of the people do, if I'm not wrong.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, but this is only as it is right now. We are still working on making things like uncollateralized loans possible, or taking other real world assets like outstanding debt and collateralizing it, and allowing allowing people to use their outstanding payments from other countries as collateral in order to get a loan upfront. So I think this has more real life value than giving traders the option to basically take out a loan which is on their collateral, which is not more than a leveraged position actually. But
so what you're saying is that you're sorry to interrupt you.
So yeah, I think we will see more use cases, real use cases in DeFi in the future, and they already always will revolve around uncollateralized loans. Right now, it's still a problem because there's no litigation against a debtor who simply defaults on his debt. There's no way to come back at him. If you can solve the problem and make uncollateralized loans possible, that's a surefire way to make a ton of money, and it's a ton of legitimate money. You don't need to scam anyone for that, if you can make that possible.
So what you're saying is that you're optimistic that the Oracle problem, which is a fundamental problem in computer science, will be solved in the future, and that's why you're optimistic for DeFi, correct?
This does not necessarily go together with the Oracle problem. You know, a centralized Oracle problem
you just described it, man. You just described it. You just said it needs to be enforced in the real world. You just described the Oracle
True
problem.
arbitration, right?
That is
could be decentralized arbitration.
How? How are you gonna
New York
enforce
agreement, maybe?
that on a human being?
Well, I had a presentation with, actually the viewers didn't see it, but one of the guy was talking about the New York agreement, which allows in almost every signatory country, even China, to have private courts where you can have arbitration done, which is already being done, which can have a much more lower cost and much more faster way. So that might be able to fix the Oracle problem, maybe, or cannot.
To a certain degree, yes. The thing is, I don't see the Oracle problem as too much of a problem, because a centralized Oracle is still okay if it's trustworthy.
I mean, but dude, do you see what you're saying? Like, a centralized Oracle is still trustworthy. So why wouldn't I trust a bank that has rules and regulations that protect me as a consumer versus a developer in his hoodie in a basement? You get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, why would I do that? You know, like, why the hell? Like, seriously, like, if I'm putting serious, I'm not talking about like a $5,000 loan. I'm talking about like, I want to borrow $100,000, right? Like, why the hell would I not just go to a bank, or why the hell would I not just go to any of the millions of loan companies, right? That I know that I'm protected as a consumer versus trusting, you know, some random dude in his underwear online at his mom's house.
Well, that diverts again from the Oracle problem. Now, I think when we talk about the Oracle problem, let's imagine a decentralized fire insurance. So basically, you take out an insurance for your house, and when it burns down, you get a certain amount of money from the DeFi platform. Now, who tells the DeFi platform that your house actually burns down? If there are news articles, or if the policeman or firefighter says, yes, this house burned down, that's a trustworthy Oracle. They don't have any vested interests that prevent them from stating the truth, which might not necessarily be the case for banks. They always have vested interests, which was part of what led to the.
I answered that. The reason they have vested interests is because not only do they give you the loans, they also handle your money, right? So that like basically that's corrupt. That's gonna corrupt, right? Power corrupts, right? So what happens when the same people that give you the loans no longer handle your money, and the consumer laws that have been in place for 30, 40 years, right? what happens then, right? Like, why is DeFi necessary in that situation? I don't think it is, in my opinion, right? I think that what's going to happen is that the old institutions, right, as more and more of the world becomes Bitcoinized or whatever, whatever the word for that is, I'm sorry, I think that you're going to start to see a lot of these, what you'd call traditional financial institutions, they're going to start to have to convince you to part ways with your Bitcoin now, right? They're going to have to start to convince you. Right now, it's not that difficult. You have an account, you have a fiat account with the bank, right? And this money, Michael Saylor said it best, it's very depressing to hold fiat. It's losing value. It's very optimistic to hold Bitcoin, right? So think about it. Like, ask any one of us in this room, ask Coin Icarus, ask Nick, ask Optimus Fields, ask, Caro, the guys that I know, Jackie, the communist, ask any of us to kind of part with our Bitcoin. Kind of ask any of us, right? Jackie's not a communist, it's a joke. So ask any of us to part with our Bitcoin. It's going to be extremely difficult to convince us to do that, right? So imagine us in the future, like if we want a loan, we're really going to look at those loan terms. We're going to be like a scientist. We're going to have like a little loop, and we're going to look at it and be like, do those loan terms make sense? Would it just make sense just holding Bitcoin long term? Does this loan make sense, right? So I think that Bitcoin fundamentally is going to change the whole financial aspect, and I think that DeFi is trying to solve a problem that doesn't need fixing.
Well, okay, I think I will not convince you today about that. So
yeah, let's agree to disagree, I guess, because I mean, scams are forever gonna remain around Bitcoin because there will be always people who will be envious of the gains people made on Bitcoin, so that they need to somehow jack off onto it again by replicating the properties of Bitcoin or trying to, like, quote unquote improve it.
And seriously, Tobias, like, in all seriousness, bro, I really commend you for coming on here. It really takes a lot of, to be on here for an hour and to kind of, be berated by a bunch of Bitcoiners, like that really takes a lot of balls, in my opinion. So I commend you for that. But, I agree with Caro. I think we all agree to disagree.
Yeah, I believe that there are core differences in what we prioritize as problems and what we think needs solving. Particular, I believe that we do not find that the problem that DeFi is trying to solve as a problem, and I don't think that DeFi is the solution to that problem that, in my opinion, doesn't need solving. But I mean, if DeFi succeeds and can move past all the current problem that he has, and mostly like being scams, and it can actually provide something more than central entities, at that point I would reconsider my opinion of DeFi. But until I see these things, I will keep away because of the current problems with it.
Isn't BlockFi another DeFi product though?
BlockFi's trash.
Of course it is, but like, I mean, everybody's talking about BlockFi, like Pedro McCormack.
Yeah, so BlockFi is not a like, look, I'll give you two examples of solving the same issue, right?
I know,
so
I know it's a CeFi.
No, but like, for example, Unchained Capital is leveraging the power of multisig to kind of make the loan initiator feel more secure, right? At the end of the day, what Unchained Capital is doing is super clever, right? So Unchained is holding one of the keys, and then they're using a reputable auditing company, that has over 100-year history to hold another key, right? And then the owner or the initiator of the loan holds one key, right? So that's not DeFi. That's traditional finance, right? But you're leveraging the power of multi-signature in Bitcoin in order to make the loan initiator feel more secure, right? So that's a really good example of what's the probability that this auditing firm, that literally an auditing firm, the reason that they do business because of their reputation, right? So what's the probability of this auditing firm, right? A real life 100-year-old auditing firm starts to cheat, one guy out of there, and they would have to be in cahoots with Unchained Capital. What's the probability of that happening, right? It's very low.
I think that's
right?
the question
So
for next year gonna be, because we're gonna have to slowly stop the show because this is the final segment of Hackers Congress, Police Television. Any last comments on it? On the topic?
Yeah, I just want to end with my statement that I do believe in a decentralized world, and at the end we do have to look to decentralize the way of doing business as well. So I don't think that the end goal of it would be to rely on centralized banks or centralized custodians for things like loan or insurance. Now, Jackie, you said that you might be interested in DeFi, or might become interested in DeFi when you see it really succeed. Let me I just want to ask this last question to you. What would you set as a goal for that? When would you say, okay, now it's sufficiently well tested, or now it's sufficiently well advanced to succeed?
Yeah, I mean, I would see it succeeding when, first of all, the reputation around it is not scams anymore. Like, it becomes actually with a good it has a good reputation. Like, you do not give your money, you do not like get a loan from a centralized entity that has a bad reputation. You don't lend your money to them. You want to go to an entity, a centralized entity that has good reputation, and you can somewhat trust. So I would want to see the same thing for DeFi. And secondly, I would like to see it succeed. First of all, it needs to provide me more value and need to be like incentivize me to use it instead of using normal centralized services. If I see that I can gain something from using it, I am gonna use it only if when I'm using it, it can solve the same problem that the legacy system solves, and if it can do it better. Until it cannot do that, I'm not gonna touch it.
I think we can end it there, but we're not gonna touch it. Well,
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for coming. We're gonna have to shut the show down. I asked the co-host to stay, and so thank you very much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much. I hope you kind of succeed with this. I'm really curious what you're gonna reach in a couple of years with the DeFi. Maybe you're gonna change your mind or not. We will see it. I wish you all the best, man, with your research and everything else in your endeavors. And I hope we're gonna see you next year again.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Goodbye. Okay, so there's like 5 more minutes left from, I mean, already over from the airtime, but Bref are gonna come in here and studio gonna report in sometime because the whole Hackers Congress is ending in a few hours, or it's already ending. I have absolutely no idea. Let me check the schedule here somewhere. They had it here. You guys can. How do you guys? Is it like the show? I mean, Max is supposed to come here and say something. I think we can stay here and then see what he has to say.
Yeah,
because I mean the creators of Parani Police did a phenomenal job, and even Max did the entire thing basically in order to get this TV running for 53 hours straight. And I also took quite a bit of a chunk out of it in order to get it keep going and things like that. Although this morning I had a pretty big headache, so I couldn't come, so that was kind of a letdown for me. But I guess it was quite phenomenal, and I'm pretty sure the viewers also enjoyed it. So what do you think? What do you guys think about it?
We're still live.
Yeah, you said right.
Yeah, man, I think it was great. I think it was great to give the audience kind of a perspective of what Bitcoiners think of DeFi, and to kind of give, the DeFi perspective of, I mean, I'm not even going to say it, but, like to kind of just see the clash of different ideologies of what's going on. I think that was very valuable. And man, thank you so much for having me on. I really enjoyed it. I really appreciated the invite.
No problem, Nico. Thanks for coming.
And thanks for the invite.
Thanks for coming, Jackie. It was phenomenal having you guys on the show. There is here, Optimist. Nick,
Yeah. What's up?
Coiny.
Thanks for having
The show is ending, so we're gonna wait for Max and Rafael. They are gonna be doing some closing statements, I guess. Maybe for an hour again. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, dude. I gotta run.
All right, see you guys. Feel free to disconnect.
I have to run as
I'm
well.
gonna eat some lunch.
All right, see you
But,
guys.
Carl, this was a lot of fun, buddy.
Thank
Take
you
care,
so
all right?
much.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming,
Yeah.
guys.
Thanks.
Peace.
This was fun.
Peace out. So I guess that's it. Back to studio soon. I'm gonna wait until Max appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, please do. I'm not sure if he's coming. I do expect him and maybe some Paralelni police people to come and say some closing words, but I'm really not sure if they can make it.
How do you like the show, Rafe?
I mean, I've been really enjoying this, and it has been just a awesome weekend.
Yeah.
Just really mind-blowing content from all over the
The world.
Yeah,
From the spectrum of Bitcoin and shitcoin.
yeah, and
Everything.
like I said previously, I mean, I really appreciate all of the slots that you have been taking, and you have been hosted really well, and you helped a lot with everything, like in this HCCP TV. So really, thanks for you and
No problem,
all of the guests and all of the other hosts and organizers, and all of the viewers.
Yeah, the organizers are really phenomenal. Every one of them, Luptak, who else is there? Sodomak. I don't know who is organizing this year's Congress, but I'm pretty sure the guests on site also really enjoyed the presentations. I want to thank a lot also for the main guests who usually come, like Max, Smuggler, Frank Braun. Who else usually, like, on top of my head, I kind of keep forgetting the people usually, but yeah, it wouldn't be Hackers Congress without these people. But yeah, we'll see how the restrictions gonna keep going on next year, and if we can all attend finally in peace without vaccination or something, because they're gonna be funky. But yeah,
Absolutely. And next year in Meet Space, yeah, we all have to be there. I think
I think we should do this again next year.
Yeah.
I think this should be like integral part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But if just possible, I'm gonna be there in Meet Space next year. I mean, I'm
gonna be there too, man. Of course. You're not gonna be able to, shake me off. I'm buying the ticket and going.
Yeah, exactly. But someone should be like hosting these kind of like the HCPP TV also. I think it's really great to have like workshops and the actual presentations for those who buy the ticket, but those who can't maybe come to the in this meet base into the Paralelnipolis, they can just watch from the comfort of their own sofa and at least enjoy the interviews and discussions.
This is basically the year when Paralelnipolis leveled up and really outperformed itself beyond belief.
Yep.
In the meet space, in online organization, everything. It just every organizer, every crew member on site, they are the best, I can say. I'm not there yet. I'm not for sure to be said, but that's just amazing.
Yeah, I do agree. And yeah, it's really interesting to see what happens next year. But yeah,
we will figure it out sometime, I guess.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, we absolutely. I mean, we managed to deliver the 58 hours of content in this stream, like promised, and yeah, I'm really proud of that, and really good job from everyone.
Proud of being part of that also.
Yeah.
So I guess the closing ceremony is now happening, if I'm right. The absence of everyone implying over it, right?
Yeah.
Is there any information on when Hackers Congress is going to happen next year? I'm really dying to find out.
Yeah, me too. But I don't have any idea.
Maybe we can just dig around on Telegram and like see it. Maybe someone can tell us. Come on.
Yeah. Or whenever we find out, I think the pleb's gonna do their
Yeah,
work.
of course. It's gonna spread like wildfire.
Yeah.
I need to go reserve my like a year ahead.
Yeah. Do you have any idea when is the last speech of the conference in MeetSpace?
Oh, I've absolutely no idea, but I'm gonna check it just right now for you. I think it's somewhere here, the schedule here. I think it's around, it should supposed to be ending by now. Well, I'm not in, let me just check, just give me a second. Here, let's see the schedule, okay. So October 4 at 20. So it's gonna be until, I think we need to entertain a guest for 1 more hour because it's actually starting right now. So that's probably the reason why everybody is absent. So
oh, damn! All right.
That probably nobody kind of expected this to happen. That we're just gonna be stuck here talking to each other and having no guests. But I guess that's totally fine. I mean,
Yeah.
have you watched any of the online presentations? You bought the ticket, right? Or not?
Yeah, I got a ticket, but I really just.
Oh, damn it! I had to sell it. I was so bummed out that I had to sell it because I needed some money.
Oh.
Oh man, I totally missed it, but I promise we're gonna be posted onto YouTube or whatever. You're gonna watch it, so I don't know if it's gonna be, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I hope that content will also come to YouTube at some point. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Usually the closing statement is around 20 minutes, so after that we should be able to see it again coming out, and we should be able to talk to them in a moment, in 15 minutes probably or something, because usually this is the time when they post it onto their Facebook profile also when the next Hacker Congress usually happens. So it's quite a question mark as how we were supposed to, but I guess it was just a technical error that that we didn't know when it was supposed to end, and it was set to a much more shorter schedule apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just this spontaneous disorder, there has been a lot of things that are not like hierarchically planned in this whole stream. So I just think...
Yeah, it's literally anarchy. So, it's just what Polarani is. It's an anarchy. You can do whatever you want. Well, not all the time, so like within the confines of what the organizers want, but most likely you can always do whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. And in some way, from that, people are still, cooperating because of their own personal self-interest, and also just the want to try to do something useful, maybe.
Yeah. So how was it there? You had some live stream today, haven't you?
Yeah, I was in a slot with Max and Nopara and the Wasabi team and Join Market.
Oh yeah, I watched it also. It was really cool. It was with Chris Belcher also was there, I think.
No, he wasn't over there.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, he was supposed to be on a call with us yesterday, but he
wasn't able to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, right.
But yeah, there have been a lot of interesting discussions. I have been participating in a couple, but yeah, I can't really even say or point out one certain slot that has been over the top. There has been so many good, mind-blowing people and just talking about things that are really interesting. So I do recommend to pretty much like, you know, check out the whole 58 hours of content if you can. And
yeah,
just saying.
That's gonna be quite a Netflix marathon, what I would say.
Yeah.
Straight 58 hours.
Yeah.
That's something that you need to consume for like really slowly, 8 hours a day maximum, and then that's gonna be like
yeah, and
6 days maximum, I think.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, someone from the community or some of the viewers later are gonna probably like take some like timestamps from the videos, and just to be able to point out a little bit better what happened in what part of the video, so people who are interested in specified like content or topic, so they can find it easily.
Actually, just looking at the timer, we're 2 minutes into the 58 hours, so I think that's like we need to like open a champagne or something that we managed to last this far.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's on site. It's gonna need to happen sometimes. So I guess that's one thing. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It's also it's like a very. I think it is this live stream here is also very, very good opportunity for outsiders to see the perspective of how Pananipolis Hackers Congress usually happens and how it works and what kind of people comes here, so they can get the gist of it, basically, which is quite cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it almost like feels like I have been there, like seeing this studio.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it has been really great. Like it would be even better if other people could also like choose whatever slot they can watch from YouTube, but that's unfortunately not possible yet. But you know,
yeah,
maybe
also it's like, you know, this is the last day, so lots of feelings usually go on in people when they have to leave the Congress when the last night happens, because usually around, I think they're supposed to leave the building by 10 or 11 because of the regulation right now, or not sure how you saw it. But usually people sleep there also, so that's quite different. But it's like, you know, this is the whole last day experience for people who are now there, who go in for the last time, who have the last Bitcoin coffee, and then now tonight or tomorrow morning they go back home, and they're gonna have like a year-long hiatus from all of this Congress and meeting in Pananipolis.
Yeah, that's true. It's always
I think
sad.
they're slowly starting to come in, as far as I can hear it.
Yeah, I heard some people.
I can hear Max talking already. Max, get on show. Sorry about yelling.
Max.
Max, where the hell are you, Max? Max!
Yeah, I can hear him too.
Get your lazy bum on the show, Max.
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh my god.
Max.
No. I think he's gonna work on it tonight.
You can hear the chatter. It's quite an upset, but who cares anyway?
Yeah, someone left a mic on.
Tobias went inside when we were talking after 7, and he turned on the mic. But I guess it's okay. He was fiddling around and he didn't realize it. He managed to turn it on. Hey, Max. Max.
Hello, hello.
Finally, you're here. How was the closing ceremony, Max? We can't hear you. Holy shit, stop talking. We can't hear you.
Well, noob mistake. Unmuted. Forgot.
So how was the closing ceremony, Max?
Well, I don't know. You see, I sacrificed so much for this television, mainly that I cannot be at the closing ceremony. Because, well, we are doing our own closing ceremony here. We're forking and splitting the network. But I think it's going to be quite nice to finally finish up. We're at 58 hours and 1 minute.
58 hours.
What?
We manned the boat for you, Max.
Yeah.
We're here for like 11 minutes fast.
We did it, really.
That's just incredible. How?
We made it, Max.
Yeah, collaboration with awesome peers.
You see, division of labor. It's a beautiful thing. Well, so how about we kind of summarize now and look back at this year's Hackers Congress. How did you guys like it?
It's amazing, Max.
Yeah.
Amazing. I really enjoyed it. What about you, Rafa?
Yeah, I mean, really awesome. There's so much good content that I have to even go on and rewatch some of it. I mean, I've been like mind blown every single time, and I'm hearing these different discussions. Like, there's always some new kind of nuance or different good points that I haven't thought about.
Yeah, exactly. Carter, you were here in Meetspace last year. This
Yeah.
year in cyberspace. Where's the difference?
It's almost the same, actually. I'm enjoying just as much. But,
Right.
the meet space cannot be, really replicated because there's less, not really many people in front of you can, shake hands with, greet, talk, eat, drink with, or just, sit down in one of the auditoriums and then watch a presentation. It's totally different. Or, be in La Fabrica and then have a drink or something that cannot be replicated at all.
Yes,
But
yes.
that part is totally missing out of the experience. But I think this is a solid experience for outsiders who are interested about what the Paranapolis Hacker Congress is about, which is really great.
Yes, yes. No, I very much agree. I think that's quite a nice format, actually. And you know what? I really like that combination of Meetspace and cyberspace. The kind of hybrid augmented conference is really, really, really interesting, because it's much more scalable. Right, you can have a rather small, familiar event in Meetspace and get a couple dedicated people involved to actually have a great conversation. Because to be honest, I've kind of enjoyed this small-scale Hackers Congress with maybe 100, 200 people joining in Meetspace. I enjoyed it a lot more than the 700 monkeys that attended last year. It's very different, and you just get more intense, basically, conversations with most of the people here.
Max, actually, I'm going to surprise you. It's actually not a parallel. It's a triparallel. Because Udi Wertheimer actually did a VR chat meetup in Altspace VR when one of the workshop was going on, and actually our stream kept happening here, and people actually attended it from outside who went onto Altspace VR to attend OpenUMS and who was the other guy? I totally forgot his name. And then the Smuggler was also talking there, and they really enjoyed the show over there too. So that's really great for Reckless VR and Udi.
No, absolutely,
Shout out to him
absolutely. That
also.
was a fun show. Yeah, and it was fun because Frank Brown was sitting right here at the conversation while Smuggler was dancing around out there in his VR set. So that was quite a fun gathering. But you see again, that's kind of a merging of all different individuals and different outlets that we use. And of course, with the Reckless VR, that's quite nice to not just share the content, but even differ in the method of presentation of the content. And I think that multitude is very interesting.
Yeah, I do also think that, it was really great to have like also presentations, then these like workshops and some interviews and conversations, like you get everything. It's just, it's much more like more information in whatever way you like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I very much agree. And, still that aspect of specifically for a conference, right? I never go to a conference to hear the talks in person under the stage because, it's recorded information, so I can access it at a later point in time and gain the same quality of information, basically. However, I sacrifice quite a lot, and that is that interaction with other individuals directly, like not just listening, absorbing the content, but actually creating it, being part of it. And I'm actually curious, what did you guys think about this software platform basically that we use, the hop-in stage, that kind of tries to get this interactive part in?
I didn't check too many presentations, but in overall, I think it was really good. I mean, getting in was pretty easy. I think the user experience was nice. I think it was great. How about you, Carol?
Oh, I didn't buy the online ticket. That's like fall.
Oh, but you had this like host ticket available. Maybe you didn't see it.
No, I didn't buy that neither.
I think there was a link, but okay.
But one of the aspects actually I found extremely interesting is specifically this TV format, right? Where we got 30 plus hosts, 100 plus guests. Most of them actually from outside of Prague, right? Most of them were remote speakers, and only even a minority of them even were speakers at the Congress, right? Most that came on were just visitors and basically guests. But I think that is really, really interesting, because now you do get much more of that interactive format. Of course, specifically for the hosts curating and creating this knowledge, but also, of course, for everyone watching, just to be part of these casual conversations alongside the main stage talks.
What do you think, Max? Is some other people from Parallelní Polis coming to also say some closing words? Have they been possibly watching the stream, or have they, well, probably have been having their hands full of work already in MeSpace?
That is true. Specifically, again here right now for the closing ceremony, which, by the way, I gotta go and run to as well. So I would say we are about ready to call this one a quits too, and to officially put this amazing live stream to an end after over 58 hours. So what do you guys think?
It was a pleasure, Max, being here, and
Yeah.
quite an honor also.
Absolutely, I agree. And yeah, I'm really proud that we actually managed to do this.
Seriously.
Thank you.
No, I'm actually really baffled. This was a very, very short notice for everyone. We kind of started this thing like 1 or 2 weeks ago. And I'm actually really, really surprised. First and foremost, the individuals contributing did a phenomenal job. Right? That really was a huge relief for me, because I knew that I don't have to micromanage and worry about it. I can just let experienced hosts like Rafael, Caro, or all the other great guys coming on take over the show and have a great conversation. So I think that made it very dynamic, made it very fresh, right? Because nobody did more than a couple hours in a row, well, other than Rafael, who kind of hangs out in here 24/7, literally, which I actually don't know how he's doing that. but I think that made it quite dynamic.
Yeah, it was quite a night, but yeah, definitely worth it. We have to keep the show on.
I think we could give you a rest, Max, next year, and I'll handle it with Rafe. What do you say?
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, already now, compared to the last 2 years where I did the live stream here at HCPP, where I was like every day, 6, 8, 10 hours in the studio nonstop, creating all the content myself, compared to now, just dropping in every now and then again, arranging some things and letting more competent people like you guys take care of it. It's actually really nice. I get to enjoy Congress a lot more.
We're happy about that, man.
You got caught off, Caro.
Oh, we are happy about that, Max. That's what I said. You didn't hear me or something? Was my microphone off?
Yeah, it starts to be breaking up a bit.
Oh, fuck me.
No, but I think it's decent. Just might be a shitty internet connection. Which, by the way, actually, kudos to Jitsi. I mean, holy shit! 58 hours, 11 minutes, and pretty much no fuck up. Right?
Still didn't fall apart.
Yeah, well, let's say that, there was like this stream dropped like 4 times, but unfortunately, I was right there to fix it pretty quickly. So yeah, it's like overall, I don't think that any like centralized service or like these like Zoom or Hangouts would do any better. So really, this is really well.
Yeah, no, I very, very, very much agree.
Yeah,
actually.
I do want to thank my friend Anduk, who actually borrowed us his server for this.
Yeah, seriously, I mean, Jitsi is incredible, especially because you can self-host it. And that gives us so much ability to just grant access rights and so on, and custom make this experience. So for absolutely sure, and thank you very much for handing us that server in the last minute. We realized that the HCPP or Parallelní Polis server has a couple issues, but really, I'm so impressed with the software. It's just running smoothly. It's incredible.
Yeah, you know, the information age is about to bring us these kind of tools. You know, you can at least point out to who do you put your trust in. You know, your friends can be running these, or you can run one yourself, like a GC server.
Exactly. So Pierce, again, these are, I hear that at the Hackers Congress, of course, there's a lot of philosophy involved. There's a lot of technology involved as well, and specifically understanding how to use these tools properly, like, for example, Jitsi, of course, encryption and Bitcoin and all the good things is really, really valuable. And I think this is what makes the Hackers Congress so special. This is what makes Parallelly Polis such a phenomenally beautiful collaboration of individuals. So I'm really, really grateful that we got this together here and that we hung out. I think we did quite a phenomenal job. So again, really a bunch of thank you to all of the hosts. And let me actually run through them. Hosts confirmed. So we had the Block Digest on with Brian Trolls and Janine Rimmer, John K. Vallis from the Bitcoin Rapid Fire, Udi Wertheim from Reckless VR, the Chaz from Lightning Junkies, Bottom Shelf Bitcoin, that's Josh. We have Flat Costea from the Bitcoin Takeover podcast, Kayvan Devani from the Total Bitcoin Show, BTC Paradigm and Nico Omnifin from the Consensus Rhyme Network. We had Juraj Bettner from the Option Plus podcast, Juanes Galt from, well, Juanes Galt Show, as well as Ugly Old Goat, Josh Kigala from the Toro, as well as Tatiana Moros from the Proof of Love podcast. We had Princey, Daniel Prince from One Spittin' On, as well as Max from Bit by Bit. The one and only Bitcoin Dragon Lord, Caro, who is still on right here, from the Bitcoin Rehab podcast. The Alex Anarcho Alex Anarcho from the Alex Anarcho podcast as well. BTC Kindergarten, John Carvalho from Bitcoin Airlock, Nick from BTC Kindergarten, as well as Mario Havel, and Mr. Psu, who, by the way, did the Rockstar show on many occasions as well. Saint Pocock and Mr. Cool BP, Ben Prentice, as well as Ben Kaufman and Ben Ark, Rico Coin Report, and Rollo McFlugel. And I think those were all the incredible hosts that we had to run us through this awesome show. Again, a whole bunch of them. And it's been absolutely beauty to collaborate with every single one of them. And again, I'm very, very proud of what we've accomplished here. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks for making it happen.
You know, just reading the list of contributors takes way too long, and not even mentioning all the guests, because that's 100 plus. So again, also, you know, on behalf of all the organizers of Parallelly Polis, really thank you for all these contributors that made this HCPP TV happen. But also from my side, of course, again, thanks to all the contributors, including HCPP, the TV, but also all the other organizers. So the co-founding crew and the people who actually make this event possible. You know, Floor did a phenomenal job. Pavel Luptak Wilder, you should have seen his calendar a couple days ago. It's insane. So it was, I think, quite a wild ride. There he is. Yes, come in, Pavel. I was just right now talking about your crazy calendar and your crazy schedule that you had just a couple of days before Hackers Congress. Pavel, how was the closing speech? What do you think?
Very nice, very nice. I was surprised like how many people participated in the organization, and you were the only missing person.
Oh, that's a shame. Doing the other closing ceremony here.
Yeah, I see. So anyway, so we also invited all people to HCPP 21.
Yes, is it a book deal?
It'll be, I think, from the first October weekend, and if I'm correct, it should be from the 1st October until 3rd of October 2021.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, where do you think, how will we further modify and change the Hackers Congress for next year?
Like, the thing is that from the technological point of view, this year we built practically everything. So we have like a fully functional infrastructure. We need to fix some like minor things, you know, like for example, some connection issues we had, or maybe prepare some backup plans. But the thing is that this year was pretty crucial because we did significant technological upgrade. So I strongly believe that the next year the organization will not be so time consuming because we have like we have technologies we are ready to use.
Yes, I actually think so, and I'm quite happy actually with the software stack that we're using now, and I think it's been quite a successful approach. Specifically the combination of the talks, the workshops, the TVs, and all the side conversations happening. I think quite valuable actually. Well done.
Yeah, it was great because like many people, for example, they woke up and because they, for example, they didn't feel enough to leave their apartment, like enough good to leave their apartment. They just tune HCPP.TV or they just join online to HCP presentations. So these were super cool. Yeah. So that I think these like live streaming. It was a very experimental thing, by the way, because we decided to do that like one week before.
Yeah, exactly, right. It was quite reckless, I would say. But still, I think we succeeded. Skujanen, we got more contributors joining. Please. So we have Alena Vranova coming in, who did actually quite a lot of work on the workshop stage, which I think was one of the stellar pieces of this year's Hackers Congress. So what did you want to do with the workshops?
I wanted to fulfill the, whatever the police is doing for the 7th year now, and that's bringing these technologies into practice for people. And so I thought, okay, this is something of value that we can create. And we were lucky because all the content was created by experts who just signed up to, okay, I'll join and I'll do this for basically entry to Bitcoin, because Hackers Congress traditionally is not a Bitcoin conference, it's a freedom conference, and a lot of people come here that have barely touched Bitcoin or that are just slightly interested. And so I wanted to build something that will help them being more sovereign and secure. And I think it worked out well despite having some technical hiccups and stuff didn't work and all the computers had weird cabling and stuff. But yeah, I hope that people enjoyed it online, and I know that there's a few things that we can make better. But yeah, it was awesome. It was a ride. It was a hell of a ride. And I'm looking forward to sleep.
Actually, that will be fun. I haven't done that in a while.
I'd like to say like big thanks to all podcasters.
Yes, people, you are awesome.
Yeah, especially thanks to you. It was possible to make these like a non-stop moderation of HCPP. And of course, the biggest thanks is going to you guys, two of you, like I said.
And Max, man, this man, I don't know how he fit like 2 or 3 days in one day. Like, impossible. So thank you, Max. You were missed right now on the stage, because everyone was there from the team, and there was big thanks.
I already
and I was like,
information.
okay, sorry, I joined late. Yeah.
That's, you see where division of labor is good. You can receive all the gratitude right on stage, while I continue the hard physical labor in here. So that it's a beautiful trade-off.
Yes.
No, but I think really that compliment goes back to all Polis contributors. One person mentioned specifically Floor, who is unfortunately not in here, but I mean, she's a rock star, very much.
Yeah, she was organizing full-time Congress at least for the last 7 months.
Yes,
full-time basically. So
yeah.
Yeah, no, Flora, I think she's one very tired woman right now. But very happy. I saw her smiling and being happy. I'm also happy that a lot of people were able to travel here. And I didn't think that they would, because many of them have to go back to quarantine or doing tests and stuff like that. So I appreciate that a lot as well.
Yeah, that's actually the thing, right? Multiple people said that it does not matter what the cost will be, they will come to HCPP for sure. And I think that really shows like the the quality of the event, that it really fosters that strong of a recognition and respect in its attendees. And I mean, that shows 7 years of work.
I strongly believe that after 1 year, we'll be behind these like a COVID shit, and most people will come here physically. But yeah, Prague is a beautiful city. Like I know two kinds of Americans. The first kind is that those who have already visited Prague, and the second one who plan to.
No, that's actually very true.
That is so true.
Yeah.
And honestly, not just for Americans, we have all the Swedish libertarians moving in from Sweden to evade the oppression of the socialist regime over there. And especially the schooling system, they choose Prague and Czech Republic. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm just the same shill of this place. But we still agree that it's always a scale of gray, right? Shades of gray to choose from and find not absolute happiness and perfection, but find better options for in different verticals of your life. And Prague has a lot of those. So.
And this even is like the best opportunity, one of the best opportunity like this. So.
Yeah, and you just come here and you don't leave. And that's usually
what happened to you?
Kind of.
I even heard someone saying another panel, like I was here the third time this year, and I never left these premises, so I don't even know how Prague looks like.
Yeah, that's the other really, really dangerous thing here at Polis. It's kind of this black hole that really does have the power to pull you in, just because of all the craziness happening here all the time. It really is a phenomenal trip to Prague, or well, it's a phenomenal trip to Polis without even going outside of the doors and looking at the beautiful city. But still, why not both?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the after party tonight?
Oh,
official, okay, so official there is no party, but unofficial there are a lot of them. Because we have to, like, according to the recent regulation, we have to close everything until 10 p.m. and it's enforced everywhere in Czech Republic.
I know of a friend who's currently visiting this place. He stays in a hotel, and he's the only visitor in the hotel.
No.
So we could just go and we just visit him.
Yes.
Just visit him, like
We just get the whole place.
50 of us.
Yes. We even have a place to crash. That's great. That's great.
And one information, we were like pretty lucky because from tomorrow it's like full lockdown in the Czech Republic. So any public events with more than 10 people are prohibited.
Are restaurants gonna be open, or that's?
I think there are some type of exceptions. We are talking even like theaters. They have theaters and concerts of classical music.
Oh wow!
Because from tomorrow, singing is prohibited. So any public events where people sing.
You know, but that makes a lot of sense, right? Because when you sing, obviously you move your mouth, and sometimes you spit a bit, and just a bunch of virus comes out, and that is just not the case with classical music. So reasonable, yes.
Yeah, so now it's time to switch to classical music. Classical music.
I actually planned to do that. That was like after HCPP, I'm going to see some concerto, like something nice, some massage and a concerto.
Much deserved,
Much
for sure.
deserved,
Yes.
What is going on in the online world? Is anyone with us on
Yes, Caro, Rafe, what do you think? Anyway, and one piece of information, we definitely would appreciate any feedback.
Yes.
Like both positive and negative feedback, just to know what we did like wrong and what we did best or do good. So any feedback is appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Caro, what's up?
You guys are lucky that today is not the lockdown day. So
Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, it really is.
I was saying, you guys are lucky that today is not the lockdown day, because it would have totally decapitated the entire event, which would have been really unfortunate.
At least officially.
Well, it wouldn't. I had a fallback scenario. Like if that happens before the event, we would just probably set up, this would be a private meeting, and we would set up little studios for each of the stage, and the physically present speakers would probably do their speech online. So that's why we also wanted to quickly come up with some online solution where we can get the people in and watch the stages. So that was the fallback, but we were lucky, we lucked out.
Yeah.
Yes. Literally. Yes.
It's just phenomenal how you guys organize it also, like everything. This was seriously a level up for Parallel Police for Hackers Congress. And I really hope you guys gonna keep going with this. You guys don't have to do the live stream. We could just, let the anarchists do it. Because I think that's what Parallel Police is about. Let them do it. And you guys don't have to worry about the organization. Just create the space for it where they can do it. And I'm pretty sure that me and the others will come and organize it for you guys anytime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Seriously,
No,
but you see, decentralization works. Really, it would not have been possible for me to micromanage this entire event. Would not have been possible. So relying on the division of labor and actually, being true to it and recognizing it when individuals take actions and responsibility and being thankful for that, right, is great. So there were many scenarios where there was some stuff going on, and something broke or a guest didn't show up. But I knew that the host would figure it out, right? Because they're actually individuals who can solve problems and act, which is a beautiful thing to rely on. So again, thanks very much.
Yeah, decentralization is great, but sometimes it requires like a small coordination.
Yeah.
That's true.
No, there was an interesting book from Rick Falking on this. It's called Swarmwise, and he had like I think a military background, and he used the knowledge in organizing troops, I guess, to ignite the pirate party success. Right, they went from nothing to parliament within a few months, and he applied the tactics of like swarm type of organization where you have a certain structure, but it's fairly decentralized. And there's a simple achievable goal for the people and personal enough that they can relate to. So it worked, and that's how we can kind of disorganizingly organize ourselves, if it makes sense, right?
One important information: Rick Faldinger should be here. He was invited. He should have a panel discussion with Alexander Bart, because Alexander Bart is his close friend. But unfortunately, he didn't come because some personal issues, and this year
Also because we don't accept Bcash.
no, that was not the reason. But the reason was because he doesn't do any public presentation this year. He needs a rest.
Break.
He needs a break, and that was the reason. So there's nothing personal. Just he's not doing any public presentation.
Yeah, I understand.
I met him a few years ago in Acapulco. So maybe next year. We have already invited him, and we will invite him also next year.
Bigger and better, for sure. So, guys, any final resume of the Hackers Congress? A deep breathing sigh.
Yes, that sums it up. That sums it up. No, I'm super I'm in an excellent state of mind of all like the inputs, and that's very typical for this place each year. This year it was much smaller, but still the same vibe. Plus all the chaos around doing it online and stuff. So it was really fast moving. I'm looking forward to sit down and hear all the TV sessions and all those talks that I missed really much, because it was really not so possible. So, and I'll be looking forward to next year. I hope we will just stand more against oppression strategies and figure it out on a different level eventually.
Maybe we should
one second in. That would be great.
Okay. So my last words are that thank you a lot for the support. Like everybody who bought any ticket and or who supported us in any way. See?
Welcome to the fishbowl, Floor.
Yeah. and also spread the message about this conference like globally, because I think that the HCP conference deserve like a global attentions. And that's all. We love you. And the last word is from main organizer Florencia.
So this is the
one and only
successful woman, or the type woman behind the successful event.
It was a team thing, okay?
Yes,
I
yes.
mean,
Right.
it's not myself only.
No, but seriously, you did a damn good job. This was quite a really good event, despite, or probably especially because it was in such a difficult time and so much uncertainty. So you mastered it beautifully.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, it was horrible to organize in like such uncertainty, but I mean, we did it. Fuck it.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
we did it. So now I can breathe and relax. And
Anyone has a spare puppy or kitten, send them over to
yes.
Floor.
I take care of animals too. I love it. Yes.
Floor, what are the things because alright, as soon as we're done with the HCPP, we can start preparing the next HCPP, right?
I don't think she's ready for this topic. I think we should leave it at least for a couple of days.
Yes, please give me a week to rest. I need to sleep. I need to eat again.
Yes, how about breakfast? Actually, I'm really starting to get hungry.
I skipped all my breakfast for the last 5 days. Probably.
Yes. No. You know, that's it's healthy to fast every now and then again.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
yeah.
Well, I guess on the plus side, you can lose a bit of weight. I mean,
Yes. Why not? Sign me up.
Unintended consequence of doing this.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Well, okay. Here we have three of the incredible organizers, of course, together with a bunch of teams. Again, thank you incredibly, Pavel Luptak, for co-founding and sponsoring and contributing to Polis. Very well done. Floor, again, HCPP is your baby, and very well done. It was really probably the best test I've been in so far.
Thank you. Woohoo! Yes.
Yes. Let's do the wave.
And we pass it.
Yeah, and Lena, the workshops were really nice. I think that was a great curation of the different levels and really building layer on layer on layer for applied knowledge. So Rockstar team, thank you all.
And Maxim, thanks.
Yes, he also got in charge of HCPP TV. Amazing non-stop broadcasting, live streaming.
An extra feature, extra advantage of this HCPP conference.
Yeah.
You know, you should have seen Floor's face when I told her that I want to do it 24/7.
No, please.
I was like, wait, what? What are you going to do? How are we going to manage this? But it was super decentralized. Everyone literally in the world were handling from their own place. And it was even good because since we have speakers from the California to Australia, it was nice to like match sort of like their time zones with the other time zones of the other podcasters and so on. So they had different opportunities during the different time of the day to participate and be on this other extra layer of HCPP. So it was really amazing to have it in this multi-layer event.
So complex.
So complex. My God, yes.
And many people ask us that if there are recordings, so one important information, we recorded, I think, almost all presentation. I'm not sure if there were some speakers who refused to record them. Maybe there were, but most presentation are recorded, and we are going to archive this presentation, and they will be available. I would not say
in 2 weeks.
Not in 2 weeks.
I'm not going to say any specific date.
No ETAs, guys. No
ETAs. They will be available.
Yes, but they will be available. So if you missed some talk, people were complaining like, why did you put such a lineup like that? I'm going to miss this. Well, I'm sorry. That's what happens when you have amazing speakers. I mean, what can we do?
Yes.
Yeah,
Your content is too good.
yeah, I did complain today on Twitter. I had such a trilemma at that moment. Yeah, but many times.
Yeah, yeah. So, and again, special thanks to specifically the two guys who are still on here. Caro, I think you really did a damn good job, and did a phenomenal, saving of the show multiple times. So that was great. And a shame that you couldn't be here in person. But very nice to know that you are continuously contributing to Polis now in cyberspace too.
Yes, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
And especially Rafa, I mean, seriously.
Oh yes, Rafa.
Actually,
I don't know you, but I love you, man.
Thank you. It was an honor. And it was a pleasure. Thank you for the great conference.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
It's all for you guys, for
Yes.
everyone.
So you know what? I will do one very important thing that just has to be done on my checklist, and that is to make a screenshot of the time that we have. So let's see. 58 hours.
Oh my God.
That's quite a lot. I think I caught it. I'm not sure. Okay, but anyhow, Piers, this was intense. This was incredibly intense, but I think worth it. So I'm kind of.
We
I don't
pulled it
really
off,
want
Max.
to. I don't really want to click stop though. That's such a commitment to finally click stop after such a long time. That's kind of sad.
Everything would have to end sometime, you know, Max.
I want to go to sleep.
we can continue for another 58, right? Let's do the
Okay,
after.
bye guys. I'm leaving. I'm out of here.
Yes, okay, that's it. So I will click stop live stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for supporting Parallelly Polis and the Hackers Congress. Go to
Thanks for coming.
hcp.cz, catch all the videos in the archive, and buy your tickets for next year. Thank you very much.
October 1st to the 3rd next year, 21. So don't miss out.
The 8th annual, the one and only Hackers Congress at Parallelly Polis. Thank you very much
See you guys next year.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.